Well, it's just miserable, but you know, it's all right. It will pass.
Well, certainly. Zdenek, did you get my email about the special issue on constitutional legacies, socialist constitutional legacies, which was published already?
Yeah, I did. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Good.
And I saw the issue on the internet.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting piece.
Yeah.
На русском слышно.
Отлично.
Да, теперь давайте на английском. Все.
Here is the chairman. Leon,
Hi.
nice to see you. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Thank you for joining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just let me know when you want to start.
Yeah, everyone is here. So all the speakers as well as the chairman. So now it's 11:01.
Okay,
So,
all right.
start.
So we shall start. Well, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be chairing this session on constructing constitutional identity, history and traditions, religion and language. And I'm sure you'll all agree with me that yesterday we had a very invigorating session on the theoretical framework and a look into constitutional identity in the Russian context. And I'm pretty sure we're going to have a pretty insightful panel session today when we look at the national experiences of various jurisdictions. We have 4 speakers on this panel, and they'll all speak for about 20 minutes. We will proceed in the order set forth in the program. And after the 4 speakers have spoken, we will have a time for question and answer. You can either raise your hands physically, or you can put a question in the chat session. So without further ado, let me briefly introduce our 4 speakers, and forgive me if I do not pronounce your name correctly. The first speaker is Judge Zdeněk Kun. He's a judge of the Supreme Administrative Court of the Czech Republic, as well as an associate professor at the Charles University Law School. And he's written books including The Judiciary in Central and Eastern Europe. Then we have Alexander Ponomaryov, and he researches, among many other things, Orthodox Christianity in Russia, and he'll be speaking a little bit about the influence of the Russian Orthodox Church in the Russian context. Then, of course, we have the very estimable Professor Yasuo Hasebe, who I met many, many years ago in 2005 in South Korea, and he's a renowned professor of Japanese and comparative constitutional law. And he has written a very interesting paper really asking the question as to whether, you know, Japan has a constitutional identity or whether it's schizophrenic, and I look forward to hearing his sharing. And last but certainly not least is the estimable Professor Charles Saunders from Melbourne Law School, who I had the great pleasure of meeting sometime in the 20th century at my very first conference in Kathmandu, Nepal, which really shows my age. She was very kind to a then budding young scholar, and we've had the pleasure of visiting her in Melbourne, and she has been a distinguished visitor at National University of Singapore. The last time I saw her actually was in 2017, when we could actually see each other face to face when she was delivering.
Very nice.
That's right, the Kwagik lecture, a special lecture, and I'm delighted to be able to host the panel where she's speaking again. I look forward to her insights. So, you know, without further ado, shall we welcome our first speaker, Judge Kun? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can I join my screen? Can I share my screen, just because I finally finished my PowerPoint presentation? So I will try to do that.
Yes, please do.
Yeah. I'm going to do that. Okay. let's make it at least in this way more interesting. Again, all the best from Prague, from my home where I joined this presentation. I'm really sorry that we cannot meet physically because honestly, frankly speaking, I'm quite fed up with all those online meetings, which I have experienced within last year a lot, and including academic conferences, including judicial deliberations, which is quite weird, including judicial sessions, which is also very weird. So anyway, it's good to meet you, and I hope that next time we will meet physically, because it's a completely different experience, of course. Today, in my topic, I would like to talk about constitutional identity of Czechoslovakia and the Czech Republic. I would like to mention historical roots, because historical roots could be also interesting for our Russian guests, because you will see that the constitutional identity of Czechoslovakia or current Czech Republic are to some extent purely coincidental. They are coincidental. They happened to some extent based on a pure coincidence, which I will try to show you. Usually we date back our constitutional tradition, the constitutional identity of the Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia, to 1918, when Czechoslovakia was established as a new state. However, to be precise, I would date it much sooner, to the 19th century, to the birth of Austrian constitutionalism. Yeah? So the 19th century, in 1848, in the 1850s, and especially in the 1860s, Austrian constitutions, multiple Austrian constitutions gave the origins of the future Czech constitutionalism. And what we got in the middle 19th century was basically a classical German type of Rechtsstaat, the rule of law. The rule of law, so basically the Austrian variation of the rule of law was the variation to the German model. So what I will call, what is the defining feature? What is the defining feature of the Czech constitutional tradition? If you would look at the Czech constitutional tradition and at Czech constitutional identity, it's imperial presidency. Imperial presidency, which I will explain in a minute what I mean by that. But what you can see throughout the 20th century and throughout the 21st century so far, you can see that despite the text, despite the wording of the Czech or Czechoslovak constitutions, we always enjoyed much stronger presidents than you would guess they should be based on the text of the Constitution. And the basis of that, the beginning of that, could go back again to the Austria. This guy on the left, you can, I think most of you know who is he. It's the Emperor Franz Joseph, Francis Joseph, the Emperor, almost the last emperor of Austria. He was not the last one. He died in 1916, but he was the most important figure which contributed to the creation of the constitutional tradition, not only of Czechoslovakia, but a lot of successor countries of Austria-Hungary. So a lot of presidents who emerged in the territory, in the region after the fall of the empire, they tried to imitate the emperor. And in fact, even though we got republics, I will try to show you that the feature of the presidency was not a normal feature of the presidency, which we can see, for instance, in today's Germany. But let's go back to my analysis. I will try to show you that the Czech constitution or Czechoslovak constitution emerged in a way it did basically only because of the course of the history. Because in 1914 and 1918, we got three big factions of three groups, which actually aimed at a different the different understanding what should be the future of what was about to become Czechoslovakia. So on the one hand, you got supporters of the monarchy. Interestingly, the supporters of the monarchy were leftists and were even far leftists. One of the guys who supported monarchy till the very end, and he left. He actually met the monarch. He met the king even at the end of the war. Was this guy Bohumir Šmeral, who actually later established Czechoslovak Communist Party. And he died actually. Then he escaped the occupied country and died in Moscow in 1940. So he supported monarchy till the very end. And of course, the idea was this proletarian idea, proletarians of the world unite. And the idea was strongly anti-nationalistic. So he was against nationalism. And he believed that the best way how to proceed to smooth transition to socialism and later communism was to keep monarchy together. So, but this group was declining in the course of the war as the monarchy became more and more compromised. Actually, the Austrian monarchy became more and more compromised, not monarchy, not kingdom as such. And the proof of that is that there was a very strong group of the supporters of the Russian Empire. And the leader of that group, who was mostly Czech conservatives, was Karel Kramář, the guy on the left here, the first prime minister of Czechoslovakia, who was actually an admirer of the Russian Empire. So he traveled to Russia frequently before the war. He married even a Russian aristocrat. So he married her, he brought her back to Prague, and he supported the Russian monarchy, and he supported even creation of the Czech kingdom, where we would have a cadet branch of the Romanov family. So the idea was that we shall secede from Austria, but we shall remain monarchy. And it seemed quite realistic, actually, with the success of the Russian armies at the end of 1914. A lot of people expected that war is shortly to be finished with the victory of Russian troops at the beginning of 1915. So those guys, the Czech conservatives, even started to write a new constitution of a new Czech kingdom, where we would have a Romanov prince who would be a head of the kingdom. But because of the ultimate failure of the Russian armies, and of course what happened afterwards with the Russian Revolution, and especially October Revolution in 1917, those guys weakened tremendously, because of course you cannot continue your adherence, you cannot continue your trust in a Russian empire if the Russian empire disintegrated. Yeah. So whereas the Czech conservatives supported the monarchy, they did not support it what became with Russia after November 1917. So ultimately, this faction, no matter how strong it was, lost because they lost the foreign ally. They lost the Russian Empire. So interestingly, even the first Czech constitution, because of the influence of the people like Mr. Kramář, who was the first prime minister of Czechoslovakia, did not specifically mention what kind of the state we are about to become. So they just mentioned that the Czechoslovak state emerged. They did not say that this is about to be a republic. This was the last hope that perhaps what's happening in Russia is just temporary, and ultimately in a few months we will get the Romanov prince anyway. Yeah? But this did not happen, and ultimately the third group, which was quite weak originally, gained the ground. But this group gained the ground only after what happened in Russia in November 1917. So that's why I call it that this was purely coincidental. If the history would go in a different way, we could easily end it with some sort of Romanov cadet branch and the Czech kingdom, which would be basically a puppet state of the Russian Empire. But because the history went in a different direction, finally we became the republic, and we got this guy, Mr. Masaryk, Professor Masaryk, who was the first president of Czechoslovakia, and you can see him on this left side picture, and he is dressed in some sort of weird uniform. And interestingly, Mr. Masaryk knew very well that most people are supporters of the monarchy. And that's why, despite the fact that we became republic, he started to dress as an emperor. So even if he was the president, he started to behave as an emperor. He started to live in the royal castle. He started to wear uniforms. He started to ride a horse like an emperor. So this was the beginning of this imperial presidency, which we started to have since 1918, and which is, in my opinion, the defining feature of the Czech and Czechoslovak constitutional tradition. When I say Czechoslovak, in fact, it means that Slovaks were, for most part of Czechoslovakia, dominated by Czechs. Yeah, so in fact, what I refer to Czech is to much extent also used for the Slovaks. So this imperial presidency, the tradition of the imperial presidency, is very strong and survived till today. It survived communist regime because, unlike Poland, unlike Hungary, unlike Romania, unlike Soviet Union, we did not abolish the institution of presidency. It was too tempting for the communist leaders to reject being a president. So they were general secretary of the Communist Party, but most of them wanted to be as president as well, because being a president meant living in this castle you have on this slide. So this is the seat of the Czech presidents, and this has been a traditional seat of the Czech kings and also some Austrian emperors. So it was too tempting for them to resist this temptation to have a seat on this beautiful castle. So, and if you have a seat on this beautiful castle, and if you have informal influence over the political system, no wonder that you will enjoy much more influence over a political system than is stated in the Constitution. So if you look at the Constitution of the first Czechoslovak Republic, or today's Constitution of the Czech Republic or Slovak Republic, you see that they are quite similar, and they are basically inspired by the French Constitution of the Third Republic, which is, by the way, of course, no longer valid. Yeah, now they have Fourth Republic in France, and they have completely different constitution enacted in the late 50s by General de Gaulle. But we still stick to the French Constitution, or to the idea, to the tradition of the French Constitution of 1870, and but the role of the president, as a matter of fact, is much stronger than what is stated in the text of the Constitution. So the president has a quite important role in forming the government, in making foreign agenda, in deciding a lot of things, much stronger role than what is stated in the text of the Constitution. And one reason is weakness of the cabinet. Yeah, usually the cabinet is quite weak, and if the prime minister is weak, then of course the second head of this two-headed dragon, because traditional executive branch of parliamentary republic is framed by two heads of the dragon, prime minister and the president. So if one head is weaker, of course the second head, the president, is usually much stronger. So we actually have a quiet continuity in this imperial presidency. So no matter whether it was during communism today or during the democratic First Republic, people always treated presidents as a sort of monarchs. And no matter whether this was a democratic president or communist president, presidents received letters to the castle, letters with complaints, with various sort of wishes from the people who believed that actually president can deliver whatever he wants because he is a sort of the king. So how actually Western liberal constitutionalism works after 1989 in such a framework? Of course, today we can say that what we have in this country works better than in many other countries of the region. Definitely, the situation here in the Czech Republic is much more stable than situation in Poland or Hungary, even though, of course, situation in Hungary is quite stable. But let's say we have the situation which is closer to the ideal of the rule of law and separation of powers than what is now in Poland or Hungary. Partly it is coincidence. Partly it is coincidence. Partly it's a matter of constitutional design, an institutional design, because we have unlike Hungary, we have bicameral parliament. So we have the Senate, the upper house, and the lower house, the House of Representatives, and they have it also in Poland, like bicameral parliament, but the Czech bicameral parliament is selected in a different elections, under different elections and under different principles. So the lower house is based on the proportional representation, whereas the upper house based on the majority representation, which means that usually we have the situations that the upper house and the lower house is based, is framed with different parties. So for instance, today, the coalition has the majority in the lower house, but the opposition, the majority in the upper house. So basically there is no way to enact any constitutional reform, any change to the constitution. Interestingly, we have also weak cabinets because of the proportional representation. We have very weak cabinets because we have very weak coalitions, and we almost never had a strong cabinet which would be framed by one political party. Yeah, so this strengthened, as I told you, this strengthens the role of the presidency, and this again elevates this imperial sort of presidency where president behaves not only as an accountable president, but he behaves as an not accountable monarch. And unlike monarch, he is a political animal. He is a political animal. He enjoys being in politics. And according to the Constitution, he's not accountable. So he can do whatever he wants because the Constitution, loyal to this understanding of imperial presidency, treats presidents as a monarch. So that's why president is not accountable for what he's doing in his job. But at the same time, he enjoys important functions. Unlike British Queen, unlike Swedish King, he enjoys important share of powers. So what is happening also, and what is changing our constitutional tradition and our constitutional identity, and this is what is happening right now, is the decline of traditional political parties after 2009, after big financial crisis. You see that everywhere. You see that not only in Eastern Europe, you see that in Western Europe as well. The situation in France and the Macron's party. So we have it in the Czech Republic as well. So traditional political parties are basically about to die, and new political parties are emerging. Because I'm afraid I'm running over the time. Just two last points I wanted to mention. First of all, judiciary, unlike the situation in Poland especially, is quite independent. And interestingly, it's quite independent despite the fact that we don't have the institution which is quite common in Europe, and this is judicial self-government, supreme judicial councils. We have a ministerial oversight. We have an oversight of Ministry of Justice, but in reality, so if you read the law, you would say that the situation is dangerous. If you compare it with Spanish Constitution, with French Constitution, situation is dangerous. Of course, it's quite similar to Germany, but in reality, as a matter of fact, the judiciary is quite independent because the actual powers, as they are being exercised throughout the system, mean that there is decentralization of powers throughout the judiciary. So no one keeps control over the judiciary, and the actual power figures who are in charge are the presidents, chief judges of local regional courts. So this is a reality. So the local regional courts enjoy real power, or their presidents. The chief judges of local regional courts are those who select judges based on professional principle, and they select recent law school graduates. Yeah, so this is non-political sort of selection of judges. So, and last point I wanted to mention is that we still have a strong constitutional court which does not serve the wishes of the government in a similar way what is now happening in Poland, where you can see that this is what they have, and what is still called constitutional court. It's just a sham. It's a sham institution. And recently, a few weeks ago, it has been even approved by the European Court of Human Rights, where they proclaimed that the current composition of the Polish Constitutional Tribunal is actually does not fit because of various deviations from the law which happened in recent years. The Polish Constitutional Tribunal is not court within the meaning of Strasbourg Convention, within the meaning of Article 6 of the European Convention of Human Rights. So because of various deviations from the appointment proceedings, which took place starting from 2015, European Court of Human Rights proclaimed this with regards to Poland. And fortunately, we are still far away from this. And one reason for that is that politicians, to much extent, underemphasized the importance of nominations of people to the Constitutional Court. Fortunately for the Czech political system, fortunately for the Czech constitutional system. Yeah, so sometimes this strong civilian tradition that we do not view judges as political actors work better for keeping the rule of law state. If they are not political actors, you do not put politics in the selection process. And in that way, we are still equipped with a powerful and functional constitutional court. So thank you very much for your attention. And I'm sorry that I was a bit longer than I was supposed to be.
Well, thank you very much. It's very fascinating to hear accounts of how something like the head of state functions very differently than what we might see on paper. To me, at least, that shows the importance of context. Let's move along to our second speaker. That would be Professor Alexander Ponomarov. Sorry.
Thank you very much for the invitation, dear colleagues. And I will speak about a religious impact in the latest Russian development. As you know, President Putin introduced some amendments last year to the Constitution and the Russian Orthodox Church, which I researched, managed to get a share of that. I have no PowerPoint presentation here, so I'll read my text. I submitted actually both text in Russian and in English. I don't know if you have received those or will receive them later. There's some wordplay involved in my narrative, and I hope that I assume Cheryl Saunders is a native English speaker. She would be able to kind of evaluate the best if what I have to say makes sense in the English language, right? As a Russian speaker, I can evaluate my Russian narrative, but English, I attempted to kind of translate that accordingly and render what I have to say. I wonder if that will make sense to you, because you're legal scholars and I'm not, but this intersection between religion and constitutional law seems very interesting to me. So my presentation is called A Rocky Path to God. Rock means Russian Orthodox Church, right? Symphonic Identity and Amendments to Constitution 2020 on marriage between man and woman and on faith in God from the religious studies perspective. As the chairman of the Constitutional Court of Russia, Valery Zorkin reminds us to begin with, Constitution, quote, is a formalized social contract regarding the principles of state and social order. After all, law, about whose supremacy we're talking, is the normative quintessence of the genuine social accord that is being built on the basis of alignment of social interests, end of quote. Second, speaking about the contract, Zorkin turns from the concept of alignment, that is, considering reciprocal interests, to the concept of broad social concord, quote, as the sole basis upon which the rule of law can be guaranteed, end of quote. Third, for me as a religious scholar and researcher of canon law and in part Byzantine law, it is a pleasant surprise the chairman of the Constitutional Court of Russia introduces the concept that he calls Orthodox Symphony of the Peoples of Russia, quote, which implies that every cultural and religious voice is infinitely valuable to humanity and must be identified and heard, end of quote. And fourth, he concludes that the solution to most, not only legal, but also political and other pressing strategic problems in contemporary Russia depends on the restoration of this symphonic identity. My interest was also sparked by the fact that while accord and concord can be considered a rather habitual terminology in circulation, the symphonic approach has been actively promoted in Russia since 2000 by the church and personally by Patriarch Kirill, and recognized in 2018 by the then Russian Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev. Elsewhere, I have already covered some aspects of the canon law of the Russian Orthodox Church and its influence on the constitutional amendments on marriage and faith in God. Here, I continue the said research and provide my analysis of constitutional identity in terms of accord, contract, agreement on the one hand, and concord, harmony on the other hand. So the updated Constitution of Russia mentions God for the first time since the Russian Empire. This amendment was proposed by Konstantin Malofeyev, an Orthodox oligarch and deputy head of the World Russian People's Council, and supported by Kirill, head of this council and patriarch of the church. As early as February 1st, 2020, Kirill spoke up in favor of including this amendment to the Constitution, basing his opinion on the following interesting precedent. If the state anthem of Russia contains the lyrics, quote, "Our native God protected land," then God should be mentioned in the supreme law as well. The Constitution also contains a traditional definition, or the traditional definition of marriage as a union of man and woman. This approach is rooted in Russia, in particular due to the teaching of the church, which lobbied for the amendment based on Malofeyev's proposals. The fact that these were promptly adopted is an example of a symphony between the state and the church, since the latter is the main promoter of traditional values in the public space. The amendments also emphasize the dependence of the Russian state on the symbolic capital of religions, at least in the critical moments of its existence. The word religions in the plural is appropriate here because the amendment on faith does not contain any reference to any confession, as was pointed out by the Constitutional Court in its conclusion, which even found it necessary to secure the role of religion in Russian history. The article on marriage is worded in the new constitution rather humbly. The joint responsibility, I quote, of the Russian Federation and the constituent entities of the Russian Federation includes protection of the institution of marriage as a union of man and woman, end of quote. Such a strategically important interest could have been framed better, although this one is also acceptable, I assume. The adoption of the amendment on heterosexual union of marriage began on January 30th, 2020, with an initiative to add a clause to the Constitution on family as a union between man and woman. The committee supported Malafeev's proposal to define family. At that point, it was not yet marriage as a union between both man and woman. However, on February 3rd, the Russian Orthodox Church, represented by the head of its legal department, Ksenia Chernega, proposed replacing family with marriage in the text of the amendment. She explained that, depending on the circumstances, a family in Russia may consist only of a mother and a child, of grandparents and grandchildren, etc., etc. However, she said, the Russian public understands marriage only as a union of man and woman, and that is why marriage and not family should be enshrined in the Constitution. Thus, the insistent position of the Orthodox was quickly agreed upon with the state, thanks to the unique window of opportunity 2020, under which there was a solid foundation of broad public concord in this issue. One can agree with Zorkin, the chairman of the Constitutional Court, who writes that, quote, in human history, legal norms have always de facto only legally formalized basic values and moral dispositions of society, end of quote, except perhaps for the definition always. Nevertheless, he's further thought, quote, that our future has prosperous prospects only if humanity manages to carry out an organic and wholesome conflation of individuals' morality, public morals, and legal norms, end of quote, raises no objections on my part. In this regard, the opinion of the Constitutional Court on the provision to the Constitution on marriage as a union of man and woman is not only, quote, intended to reflect the established social norms, but also their imminent purpose is the preservation and furtherance of the human race, end of quote, which sounds quite symphonic. This statement in the text of the conclusion of the Constitutional Court reads almost biblical and refers, at least for the religious examination, to the story of creation in the Old Testament, with its famous imperative, fertilize, multiply, and fill the earth in Genesis 1:28. On the other hand, the researcher of canon law and Byzantine law in the context of the doctrine of symphony also recalls the human race from the preamble of Noble 6 of the Byzantine or East Roman Emperor Justinian I in 535 AD, which cites his conviction in the existence of a certain good symphony between the priesthood and royal power, benefiting the human race in every way. It is also indicative, as the chairman of the Constitutional Court admitted, that a draft preamble to the Russian Constitution in the early 1990s proposed recognizing the Orthodox identity. The preamble was supposed to mention the historical role of Orthodoxy in the formation of Russian cultural unity, but then he says these lines were removed from the draft. As Zorkin put it, the new country in the 1990s, quote, failed to fully inherit and sustainably reproduce Russia's previous symphonic identity, which creates many problems in the state administration, the rule of law, and protection of citizens' constitutional rights, end of quote. The chairman sees the solution of the problems, quote, precisely in the restoration of this identity. So whether the amendments on faith in God and marriage then are the beginning of the restoration of such a symphonicity is a good question. In this regard, let us turn to the discourse of symphony which is based on ancient canon law and Byzantine law. This symphonic discourse started in 2000 by the Russian Orthodox Church, and it has recently gained recognition at the highest state level. And now it exists in the form of several doctrines. So in 2018, Dmitry Medvedev, being the second person in the state, acknowledged the existence of a symphony between state and church and expressed a wish for its preservation. In addition, a few years earlier, the chairman of the Constitutional Court of the Russian Federation proposed his own concept. However, unlike the traditional Byzantine religion and state relationship, Zorkin saw a new dimension, the Orthodox Symphony of the Peoples of Russia, which, quote, suggests that every cultural and religious voice is infinitely valuable to humanity and must be identified and heard, end of quote. As can be seen, his doctrine relies on the understanding of symphony as a product of a multi-component orchestra, in which each violin plays its part without disturbing the overall harmony, but also without dissolving itself into it. With respect to constitutional and legal identity, this doctrine implies that Russia as a complex, national, cultural organism can successfully exist and develop only within the tested symphony of peoples, cultures, and religions, in which Orthodoxy plays the first fiddle. In 2009, speaking before President Medvedev immediately after his election as Patriarch of the Church, Kirill defined symphony as a harmonious combination of interests and a distribution of responsibility. His modernized doctrine, however, which he outlined in 2018 to then Prime Minister Medvedev, differs both from the Justinian's prototype and from the basis of the social concept of the rock, adopted in 2000. According to his new version, symphony is an ideal type, quote, of relations in society, state, family, and in any collective. As can be seen, Zorkin's approach, which stipulates concord among the peoples of Russia, can be considered within the framework of Kirill's broader doctrine. In this case, it is not so important whose idea was expressed earlier, but their fundamental compatibility based on a musical analogy. However, it should be especially noted here that the word symphonia in ancient Greek denoted not only harmony of sounds or words or concord, but also a business accord, agreement. This follows, for example, from a surviving fragment of a private receipt on an ostrakon of the 1st century AD. Accordingly, one of the meanings of the verb symphoneo, to symphony, so to speak, was to make a deal, a contract, an agreement. It is in this contractual sense that this verb is used by Jesus himself in the Gospel of Matthew, the so-called special material of Matthew, which is unique to him and not found in Mark, Luke, or John. The parable of the workers in the vineyard in Matthew 22 refers to the bargained remuneration. Quote, having agreed with the workers to be paid a denarius a day, he sent them off to his vineyard. Another special material in Matthew 18 deals with an elevated subject that is more fitting for the doctrine of symphonic identity. Quote, I say to you that if two of you settle on earth any matter for which you would ask the Lord, it will be provided to them from my Father who is in heaven. In both cases, we deal with the question of negotiating counter conditions. Applying the so-called translation proviso necessary for adequate perception of ancient religious texts in the modern world, we can translate the second evangelical example from the language of religion into neutral secular language. For example, if the contracting parties manage to reach a bona fide and mutually beneficial agreement, it will be successfully carried out. I presume that Matthew 18 is one of the keys to understanding the symphony in the preamble of Novel 6 of Justinian, which, as a literary and legal text, still remains understudied in terms of its biblical and Greco-Roman allusions, as well as the devices of ancient Greek rhetoric. In this connection, the question of the contractual connotation of the symphony in the Novel 6 has been recently raised in the literature. Quote, the first indication to this understanding comes from an interesting passage in Saint John of Damascus in his short treatise on the Holy Fast, which translates like peace is consensus about what is good. In modern Greek pronunciation, it would sound like this: Irini de estin I entoratho symphonia. In other words, peace is possible only where two parties agree to consider the same thing as good. Thus, according to St. John, peace is based on concord, or better to say accord, as to what is good. This is the only case, apart from Justinian, where the word symphonia is combined with the word agathon, good. And in this context, it clearly leans toward the semantics agreement and accord, end of quote. Indeed, this expression can be understood, as we would say today, as a social contract concerning what is to be considered a good. Under this approach, the relationship between the parties must be, quote, not musically harmonious, like the performance of a duo or singing in unison. The relationship must be based on an agreement, and that agreement must be moral, just, good, and kind, end of quote. In secular language, in good faith and mutually beneficial. Nevertheless, the understanding of symphony in the preamble of Justinian as harmony is widespread. Here are a few emblematic examples: good harmony, a fair harmony, satisfactory harmony. The list can be continued. The interpretation of symphony in the novel as a certain accord or agreement, however, offers an interesting solution to the crux in this ancient Greek text, when the self-sufficient concept symphonia is relativized twice by the definitions certain and good, arathi. However, can harmony be good or not good? And besides, in a certain way. Now, if we apply the translation proviso and interpret the symphony in the novel not as harmony, but as a certain accord, stipulating that the state undertakes to take every possible care of the clergy, and the bishops of the church as a reciprocal service undertake with boldness, with guarantee, to constantly pray for, propagate the bearers of supreme power, such an accord may be called good, that is, in good faith and mutually beneficial, whose implementation, according to the conviction of the very pious Justinian, should bring the human race, that is the Roman state, every possible prosperity. At the same time, the considered understanding of symphony as an accord fits well with Zorkin's doctrine, both in terms of the symphony of the peoples of Russia, for the achievement of which these peoples need to mutually agree on a model of coexistence, and in terms of constitutional identity, since they imply a certain social and political accord on what to consider a good in modern Russian state and law. Speaking of the updated constitution, the amendment on the institution of marriage between man and woman as an indisputable constitutional and legal good, multiplied by the interpretation on the preservation and furtherance of the human race in the conclusion of the Russian Constitutional Court, can be considered a successful example of modern symphony in both meanings of this concept, as public concord and a negotiated accord. On the other hand, the amendment on the faith in God transmitted to us by the ancestors has no public concord behind it, since contemporary Russian society is split on this issue. So the amendment looks more like a bonus from the state to religious organizations as part of the accord to help them hold a popular vote to approve such amendments. Kirill also displayed the understanding of symphony as a mutually beneficial accord between state and church in 2009. 2 years later, President Medvedev, congratulating Kirill on the second anniversary of his pontificate, defined the relationship between state and church as a nascent symphony. Quote, during these 2 years, much has been done to make the relationship unfolding between the church and the state even kinder and more cordial. As you usually say, even more symphonic in nature, end of quote. As can be seen, Medvedev understood the interaction of church and state and church as harmony in relation with the patriarch and his immediate associates. In February 2018, Prime Minister Medvedev acknowledged such a symphony as a reality. Quote, "I would like to express my hope for the preservation of the special relationship that has developed during your pontificate. The relationship that you originally designated by the Greek word symphony, which is remaining in this capacity." End of quote. In his turn, in response to Medvedev, Kirill also referred to a musical analogy. Quote, "The symphony of unison and concord is an ideal model of relations in society, state, family, and any collective." End of quote. Thus, under the influence of Medvedev's harmony, Kirill's interpretation of symphony recently demonstrates a shift away from contractual cooperation toward cordiality. However, there is no doubt that behind the official rhetoric of harmony, there is still a pragmatic reality, which was vividly manifested in the adoption of the amendment on the faith in God transmitted by the ancestors. And I conclude, the prompt introduction by the Orthodox community and the adoption by the state of the amendments to the Constitution on marriage and the faith in God speak of a mutually beneficial accord between the church and the state. The inclusion of the marriage amendment in the final text of the Constitution of the Russian Federation reflects the broad social concord on the issue, since the understanding of the institution of marriage as a union of man and woman is part of both the symphonic Russian culture born of Orthodoxy and the Russian symphony of its peoples in general, to use the words of the chairman of the Russian Constitutional Court. It is indicative, however, that the amendment on the faith in God does not reflect such concord, although Patriarch Kirill lobbied for it in unison with the interests of Islam and other religious denominations. Along with the quasi-biblical postulate about the preservation and furtherance of the human race and the conclusion of the Constitutional Court, the theistic concession adds some metaphysical strokes to the supreme law and allocates for religious players in the political field a small yet constitutional lot under the sun. This seemingly insignificant clause reflects the influence on the Kremlin of the Russian Orthodox Church under the leadership of energetic Patriarch Kirill, who skillfully used the suddenly opened window of opportunity 2020 to enter into a certain good social contract with the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your very interesting presentation. It really throws to the fore the issue of how we think about constitutional identity. When you deal with something like the definition of family or marriage, that is something which is very polarized nowadays. So it raises the question as to how we kind of like mediate majority and minority views in the construction of constitutional identity, but I'm sure we can discuss this later. Let us move right along to our third speaker, Professor Hasebe from Masada. Dozo.
Thank you very much, Professor Tio. I'd like to use the PowerPoint, this one. Sorry. Yeah. Yes. Well, thank you. My presentation title is "What is the Constitutional Identity of Japan?" But first of all, I must confess that I am unsure as to the nature of Japan's constitutional identity. So therefore, instead of explaining what it is, I will suggest a few potential candidates as follows. First, Japan's constitutional identity changed profoundly twice. Second, there is no specifically Japanese constitutional identity. And third, Japan's constitutional identity is schizophrenic. And Here begins the first candidate. Constitutional identity is an essentially contested concept. At least Mr. Rosenfeld says so. It can mean various things. It may, inter alia, consist of concepts, among which the basic principles of the state are included. According to the dominant scholarly viewpoint of Japan, there are three basic principles that justify the validity of the current constitution of Japan: popular sovereignty, the guarantee of constitutional rights, and pacifism. And there is a profound idea that undergirds these principles, the principle of liberal democracy. The state of Japan intends to realize a fair social cooperation among people that embrace mutually incompatible, even incommensurable worldviews. Before the end of World War II, liberal democracy was not the basic constitutional principle of Japan. When Japan accepted the Potsdam Declaration on 14 August 1946, this became its basic principle. Before that, the monarchical principle was its basic principle. On that day in 1946, the constitutional identity significantly changed. The so-called August Revolution occurred, according to the dominant view among constitutional scholars in Japan. And the monarchical principle itself was not the basic principle of Japan before the enactment of the Meiji Constitution in 1889. Instead, it was imported from Germany. According to this principle, the emperor retains all sovereign powers, but exercises them in accordance with the provisions of the constitutional code, which he himself has enacted. This is known as the principle of imperial sovereignty in Japan. Before the Meiji Constitution, or at least before the Meiji Restoration in 1868, the emperor was not regarded as the sovereign of the state. In the Tokugawa era, there were hundreds of daimyos, feudal lords, who divided up the country. Japan was not a unified state. Therefore, there was no concept of sovereignty. The Tokugawa shogunate was militarily the strongest among daimyos. It did not try to justify its authority with doctrines that appeared noble. Rather, the Tokugawa shogunate's overwhelming military might was sufficient to sustain its authority. Therefore, according to this first narrative, the constitutional identity of Japan dramatically changed twice. First, it changed when the monarchical principle was adopted. Second, it changed when the new constitutional principle of liberal democracy was imposed upon Japan by the Allied powers. Constitutional change is the reverse side of constitutional identity. This is the first possible explanation for Japan's constitutional identity. This began the second narrative. The basic principle under the Meiji Constitution was, as I explained, the monarchical principle. The current constitutional principle is liberal democracy. Both are foreign principles, not inherent to Japan. After the Meiji Constitution was enacted, the basic ideas justifying the political institutions of Japan was continuously foreign. Moreover, both ideas are imposed. It is well known that the current constitution of Japan is based on a draft prepared by the American occupying forces. Therefore, one must ask, was the monarchical principle not imposed by foreign powers? I'd like to go to the next one. Commodore Matthew Perry, arriving with 4 of his American warships in 1853, threatened to wage war if the shogunate refused to abandon its seclusion policy, which they had maintained for more than 200 years. Given the overwhelming power of the United States' modern technologies and military, the shogunate had no choice but to initiate negotiations for opening Japan's ports and market to the United States. In 1854, Japan and the United States concluded the Treaty of Peace and Amity and later concluded the Commercial Treaty in 1858. Other Western powers, including Russia, subsequently followed suit. With its weakness exposed, the shogunate crumbled, and after some turmoil, a new government was established in 1868. The main tasks of the new government was to unify, modernize, and maintain the independence of the country. The Meiji Constitution was enacted as an instrument to achieve these goals. Modern Japan and its constitution were reluctantly established in response to the political and military situation surrounding Japan. To a large extent, the state building and constitutional enactment were tasks imposed upon the leaders of the Meiji Restoration. So both constitutional identities are imported foreign concepts, which have no roots in Japanese history or culture. As such, we may doubt whether they can accurately be labeled as Japan's constitutional identities. They do not grow on Japanese soil and hence do not appear authentic. Some politicians, including the former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, advocate amending the current constitution. One of the reasons for this is the fact that it was imposed upon political leaders by foreign powers and was not chosen by the general populace. However, they cannot revert to the old Meiji Constitution because it was also based on imported foreign concepts. So therefore, it should be asked if there is any constitutional identity inherent to Japan, which right-wing politicians can retrieve. Next panel. According to Shinkichi Uesugi, this is Professor Shinkichi Uesugi, professor of constitutional law at the University of Tokyo prior to World War II, Japan was a unique state. He asserted that all Western countries originated as democratic republics constructed on social contracts that sought to secure participants' private interests. Later on, during the development of these republics, greedy laws began ruling people as their private property, and the strongest and most avaricious laws became kings in their respective countries. In modern era, some of these countries have become republics, while others have become parliamentary democracies in which their princes were substantially the same as were presidents in republics. These countries merely return to their original state forms, according to Professor Uesugi. In Uesugi's view, all European monarchies are crypto republics that are based not on the monarchical principle, but on the popular sovereignty principle. In contrast, the original governing regime in Japan derived from the emperor's power. Only later did the state emerge. The emperor, without taking account of his private concerns, rules the subjects. The subjects obey the emperor, just as devoted children would obey a loving father. Every subject should identify himself with and be absorbed into this communal relationship between the emperor and his subjects. This unique state form of Japan has existed since time immemorial and will continue forever, according to Uesugi. It is unlikely that apart from a small number of ultra-imperialists, such a primitive idea would attract wide support in Japanese society today. Although this theory asserts that Japan has a unique state form, it cannot indicate the contents of this form. Blindly obeying the emperor is not a constitutional identity. This appears like a relapse to a primitive fixation that there should be some unified, purified emotion that every Japanese person should embrace. This is nothing but superstition. The second possible explanation is that there is no constitutional identity that is specifically Japanese. We cannot attribute any reality to this notion. There are only universally valid constitutional ideas, such as those of basic rights, democracy, public welfare, etc. And also before World War II, as I explained, some scholars advocated the idea that Japan had a unique state form. It is still quite difficult to take such an idea seriously. There remains something to be explained. Why quite a few numbers of people, including prominent politicians, still advocate of discarding foreign constitutional ideas, though it would surely lead to an anachronistic, vacant impasse? We need the third explanation. So I would like to go to this next panel. In 1977, Shu Kishida, this is Mr. Shu Kishida, he's a psychoanalyst, published a book entitled Monogusa Seishin in English, Fenyang Psychoanalysis, which became instant bestseller. Kishida asserts that members of a nation share a common idea by being members of that nation. Each nation has its distinctive common idea, which he calls a common fantasy. He calls it fantasy because he intends to stress that embracing this is not essential for leading a life biologically as a human being. It is essential merely for being a member of a given nation. In the case of Japan, its common fantasy suffers from a mental disorder, according to Mr. Kishida, that is schizophrenia. Therefore, every Japanese person, including me, suffers from schizophrenia. The identity of every Japanese person is divided into two mutually conflicting selves. One reveres the foreign, while the other disdains and rejects the foreign. Kishida states that Japanese people have suffered from schizophrenia since Commodore Perry's arrival with his warships in 1853. After this, Japan was forced to reluctantly open the country to foreign states that base their demands on the might is right principle, Machiavellianism in its pejorative sense. And this trauma caused mental disorders within the Japanese population. The unique state form doctrine advocated by Uesugi, as well as the declaration of war against the United States in 1941, were manifestations of megalomania, a symptom of schizophrenia. Kishida's analysis is immediate resonance in relation to the constitutional identity of Japan. Alternatively, we may say that he talks about nothing besides Japan's constitutional identity. It changed drastically twice. First, when it became a modern unified state, and second, as it turned into a liberal democracy. Both decisions were coerced from the outside. These experiences caused a split in Japan's constitutional identity, which was divided into two mutually conflicting selves. One reveres foreign constitutional ideas, the other disdains and rejects them. Although the latter self tries to exclude foreign, imposed ideas, it cannot replace them with an identity inherent to Japan because there is none. Though it purports to be a unique state in the global context, it advocates for all that is negative, that is, foreign elements should be excluded. It cannot propose any positive concepts, hence it's a futile endeavor. So I go to the conclusion. By now, it may be clear why Japan's constitutional identity is uncertain. The answer is that the constitutional identity itself is schizophrenic. Being schizophrenic, it does not function as an identity. In addition, it would be difficult to find a remedy for the disorder. As Sir Luis Namier pointed out, psychoanalysis is better able to diagnose than to cure. The last point that remains to be asked is whether we should worry about our constitutional identity. It would appear that Japan's constitutional system functions effectively. Successive national elections are duly executed, cabinets are formed, Supreme Court justices are nominated, and statutes of various levels are enacted. Constitutional scholars and public officials interpret the Constitution daily without concern for their constitutional identity. So even if its constitutional identity is schizophrenic, Japan is still a thriving democratic country. So perhaps we should not take our constitutional identity too seriously. Our constitution is an instrument for sustaining our social life. It's not an end in itself. Russell Harding and Joseph Raz point out that the basic function of a constitution is to coordinate people's social interactions at the constitutional level. Therefore, I quote, constitutions are valid just because they are there, enshrined in the practices of their countries, unquote. In other words, functioning constitutions are self-validating. We do not have to worry about their justification as far as they are within the limits set by common sense morality. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, Professor Hasebe, for your very interesting presentation. It's interesting, it just occurs to me, to the extent to which constitutional entity is constructed, how important is it that this is a product of choice by the people, whoever the people are, as distinct from being an imposition of foreign export? But anyway, moving right along, we come to the final speaker in the panel from Down Under, Professor Saunders. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Great to see you again. And hello to everyone. It's a pleasure to be involved in this very interesting roundtable. And my thanks to the organisers for putting it together in such very trying world conditions. My remarks are more general, reflecting on the questions that I thought were raised for this session of the roundtable, but I will apply them at particular points to Australia. Now, the theme of this roundtable raises one of the most challenging problems for constitutional law in our times, and it's one that I happen to be particularly interested in at the moment. And that is where and how the line is to be drawn between domestic constitutional arrangements and norms of a constitutional kind from above the level of the state. And I think the answer to that question is complicated for at least three reasons. One is the perceptions of constitutional scholars about what's happening and what should happen are ranged at different points along a spectrum that has particularism at the one end and universalism at the other. And for the most part, I think we're all somewhere around the middle of that spectrum. But exactly where each of us sits on it is influenced by particular factors, and they include the constitutional system in which we're primarily embedded, and our own interests in constitutional law. And I think we can see that playing out in this session, in the range of speakers we've heard from already. Secondly, the relationship between constitutions and regional or international norms is constantly shifting, and I think it will continue to do so in response to stimuli in either direction. We've just been through a period in which the expansion of constitutional norms above the level of the state has prompted a huge literature on global constitutionalism, with implications for both international and constitutional law. It may be that in the immediate future, there will be some movement back in the other direction. And indeed, I think the discourse on constitutional identity partly reflects that phenomenon. And the third reason why this question is difficult to resolve, perhaps it's linked to the first, is that there are different experiences on these issues in different parts of the world. Such differences are experienced in particular between regions grappling with the realities of regional integration on the one hand, with the European Union being the exemplar, and those parts of the world with few regional legal arrangements at all, regional legal arrangements at all, notably Asia and the Pacific, from which both Leanne and I come. Now, in the interest of full disclosure, I come to these issues as an Australian, although one with considerable knowledge of and active interest in constitutional arrangements elsewhere. A lot of my work has caused me to take a close interest in the way in which constitutions work in practice. And as a result, I am very conscious both of the reality of local difference and the extent to which many aspects of constitutionalism are shared. But I'm conscious also of the ways in which arguments about difference can be abused for domestic political gain to the great disadvantage of the people of the state. And I think we saw that with the debate about Asian values decades ago, Leanne. So against that background, let me turn to the topic of the session. And I want to organise my remarks around 5 points. The first is that constitutional diversity, such as it is, manifests itself both in the form and operation of constitutions and in the contexts in which constitutions operate. Differences in form, in the sense of differences in substance, might be diminishing in contemporary conditions of internationalisation and globalisation. But I think they've by no means disappeared, particularly at the level of detail at which we lawyers often work. More interestingly, perhaps, the manner of convergence, if that's what's going on, is changing as constitutions mix unusual features. And I'll return to that point when I consider transplants. At the same time, I think the scope of constitutional law is expanding as constitutions tackle new problems or problems the importance of which are newly recognised. We see this at the moment, for example, in the use of constitutions to deal better with social and economic inequality, with climate change and other environmental problems, with greater domestic accountability for relations between states, and with democratic decay. There's still considerable diversity in these emerging fields as well, or at least that is my impression. My second point concerns the factors on which constitutional identity draws. One purpose of the idea of constitutional identity, as I understand it, is to profile the fact of local difference and perhaps to assist to explain and understand it. To that end, it draws heavily on 2 factors, although others may be relevant as well. One of those factors is history, which helps to explain why and how a constitution has evolved in the way it has, including through lines of path dependency and the drivers of constitution making and change. And the other factor is the text and structure of the Constitution itself, often understood not just through its component parts, but understood holistically or some sort of organic instrument over time. Neither of those factors, history nor the Constitution itself, is as straightforward as it sounds for the purposes of identifying identity. Both may be subject to different interpretations, and the accuracy of those interpretations may be contested. My third point, there are, of course, links between constitutions and culture. I'm presently investigating these for the purposes of another project, so they're very much on my mind. A helpful disaggregation of the concept of culture was once made by Roger Cotterill, where he identifies 4 relatively distinct components of culture, which might be useful for present purposes. They are, first, beliefs and values. Secondly, tradition, including historical experience. Thirdly, material culture, including levels of technological and economic development. And fourthly, emotional attachments and projections. On the basis of that understanding, culture inevitably feeds both into the form of a constitution and into its operation in practice in a myriad ways. An understanding of aspects of culture may well be necessary for a deep understanding of a particular constitutional order at a particular point in time. But on the other hand, it's a truism that culture changes over time, including through contestation from within and through interaction with other cultures. Further, again, as is often said, constitutions and culture operate in a reflexive relationship. Culture shapes constitutions, but equally, constitutions shape cultures. Considerations of culture may be helpful in deliberations on constitutional identity, but only if the porous qualities of culture and the related concept of tradition are adequately taken into account. Fourthly, I've become something of a skeptic about constitutional identity, and that for 3 distinct, although interrelated reasons. The first is that the term seems to me to be too static. I've realised that those who've done most to develop the field have sought to show how identity is subject to debate, with particular debates themselves contributing to identity and allowing for evolution and change. But even so, the term implies a fixed quality, at least to me. It's difficult to make judgments on these matters in the abstract without knowing exactly what's claimed as constitutional identity in a particular case. But the more specific the identity becomes, the less plausible are claims that it either is or should be fixed. My second ground for skepticism is functional, and here I do at long last come to Australia. Whenever I try to apply the literature on constitutional identity to the Australian Constitution, with which I am completely familiar, I become acutely aware of how subjective and in some cases selective the enterprise is. The Australian Constitution has a range of highly distinctive characteristics, many of which provide an interesting contrast with constitutions elsewhere in the world and may need to be taken into account in comparative work. For example, when the Constitution was made in 1900, it was unusually progressive from the standpoint of electoral democracy, traces of which can still be seen in the text for those who know where to look. The Constitution makes no adequate allowance for the prior occupation of the land by Indigenous peoples, although a debate about their constitutional recognition is belatedly underway. Australian constitutionalism relies on the integrity of institutions to protect rights against the exercise of legislative power, rather than constitutional review, as in most of the rest of the world. Australia still uses the British monarchy as the head of state, but has indigenised it through extra-constitutional law and practice. The Australian Constitution establishes a federation, which the pandemic has shown that the subnational sphere of government is unusually powerful and effective in comparative terms. The Constitution is underpinned by common law assumptions. It provides for a state in which the only official language is English, despite the multicultural makeup of the community. A preamble makes reference to God, but in fact it's quite an irreligious society. And the Constitution places high value on the rule of law. All of these features, and no doubt others, help to explain the depths of the Australian Constitution. Each of them, I would say, is extremely important in that regard, and they now operate holistically as a package. But which of those features deserve priority in constructing an identity is a matter on which Australians certainly would differ, and an identity comprising them all would be too unwieldy to be useful. My third reason for skepticism concerns the uses to which identity is put. I think it's expected to do too much, which exacerbates the problem of subjectivity. So far, I've considered identity only as a methodological tool. But in addition, various strands of doctrine and scholarship rely on identity for other important purposes, which could probably be achieved in other ways. And let me mention three of these. One, identity is used to isolate parts of a constitution that cannot be changed without recourse to the original constituent power. Secondly, identity has been used to determine the limits of the authority of the institutions of the European Union in relation to the constitutions of its member states. And I assume that if another deeply integrated regional organisation were to emerge elsewhere in the world, you could see identity being used in that context as well. And thirdly, identity is sometimes used to draw a legal or perhaps moral boundary between domestic constitutions on the one hand and regional or international human rights regimes on the other. Those applications of constitutional identity have significant consequences. They raise the stakes for constitutional identity considerably. I think they thus increase the temptation for subjectivity. They place extraordinary burdens on courts in ways that may affect judicial independence. They encourage the development of constitutional identity from the ground up, as particular identity challenges come before courts, and the collective end result may be implausible. And if it matters, applications of constitutional identity operate very differently around the world. If we assume that every constitution has an identity, an assumption, I suppose, that need not necessarily be true, the consequences of identity nevertheless would vary, depending on other constitutional features. For example, by no means all states accept that there are constitutional changes that cannot be made through the ordinary constitutional amendment processes, even if such changes are argued to go to identity. Australia is a case in point. Similarly, I suspect that there are constitutional settings that use identity to mark the boundary of the authority of institutions above the state that would not accept that identity also limits the power of amendment, and vice versa. So finally, let me conclude with a few observations about transplants. For present purposes, I'm using the idea of transplants very loosely to cover any transnational migration or even diffusion of constitutional values, principles, and institutions. I'm not using the term to include the adoption of international norms and principles because I think they raise other considerations, although I'm happy to discuss whether that conclusion is right. But in view of time, let me make some sweeping propositions, some more sweeping propositions, you might think. First, differences in constitutional context do require consideration in relation to transplants. I don't think we've quite reached the point that Gunther Frankenberg suggests, whereby disembodied constitutional features can responsibly be taken for use from an IKEA shelf. But this is not an argument against transplants. It's an argument for due diligence in their use. Secondly, on the contrary, every constitution in the world is a beneficiary of transplants, which include even the institution of a written constitution itself. In Australia, for example, the constitution was put together in 1900 with considerable infusion of ideas from both the United Kingdom and the United States, but drawing also on constitutional arrangements around the world, including a rather weird constitutional amendment process that combines really British parliamentary democracy with the Swiss referendum, with predictively unexpected results. Constitutional transplants are now more common than ever, thanks to globalization and the information revolution. They may occur in many ways: when a constitution is changed, in the process of constitutional application and interpretation, in new policy initiatives, through the adoption of new theoretical perspectives. The impact of globalization presents new problems for transplants. Older transplant theorists acknowledge the proliferation of transplants and assume that they might have unintended consequences, but implicitly assume that transplants were limited by the practical realities of language and legal system and availability. Those constraints have now gone, and the boundaries between those categories in any event are eroding. The cross-systemic effect of transplants can now be examined through any number of examples, one of which is the dramatic spread of the methodology of proportionality. These developments, I think, have the following consequences for those responsible for making or managing the fallout of transplants. Transplants are the principal means through which constitutional systems remain vibrant, overcome problems, and meet new needs. If and when Australia becomes a republic, for example, we will certainly look at republican arrangements elsewhere, probably drawing very heavily on Ireland, which we will consider to be closest to what we want to achieve. But unintended consequences, including failure, remain possible with transplants, and the indiscriminate possibilities of transplants at the moment may make unintended consequences more likely than ever. To minimize or even at least anticipate these, it's helpful to understand the context from which a transplant comes, if that context is identifiable, as well as the context to which it's going. Often, in the light of this understanding, the subject matter of a transplant will be adapted to fit the new context rather than adopted as a whole. Over time, for better or for worse, if it takes, it will begin to operate organically with the rest of the Constitution. I'm not sure that identity necessarily has a role to play in any of that, although of course it may do. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, for your skeptical views, which certainly provide a lot of food for thought. Well, all our speakers have done very well in sticking to their time, such that I think we actually have an hour for discussion. So I'll open the floor for any questions you might have. Could you just please either raise your hand or perhaps put your question in the chat, and I'll cede the floor to you. So does anyone have a question?
I think there is one question in the chat, actually, from David.
Yes. Okay. Right. Right. This is directed to the second presenter, and it's the question about how, if you have the amendments in the Russian constitution are the entrenchment of discrimination against a particular group, LGBTQ Russians, in relation to heterosexual marriage. And the argument there is, how can this be a symphonic identity as opposed to a monophonic identity? So Professor Ponomaryov.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me go back to the points that I made or attempted to. I used the word discourse, right? So with the, and I attempted to show that the concept, the notion of symphony within the symphonic discourse, which started from Justinian on, can be understood not only as harmony, and probably better not as a certain harmony, that there is no harmony in life, I guess, but an agreement. And he wrote about the agreement between the priesthood and royal power. He excluded the lay, Justinian excluded the lay in his document, and he wrote about this social contract, so to speak. And what I attempted to show is that this particular understanding manifested itself in the adoption of these two amendments, because the church, represented not by all the lay, but mostly by the patriarch and so the hierarchs, the top bishops of the church, agreed upon these things with the state, and that was done so quickly and so smoothly that this discourse played out, in my opinion. It does not mean that I personally stand for this particular notion, or in general, Christianity is 2,000 years old, and we deal with a lot of ancient concepts and reinterpretations of them. So to use the constitutional identity, I took it from the chairman of the Constitutional Court, right? And the notion of discourse, which is at the center of my talk, of course implies that there's different players in the political arena, and they try to force their way through. Although, in my opinion, as I attempted to show, the understanding of marriage as a union between man and woman, the traditional understanding, has a wide support within the Russian society. So there was no basically debates about this, right? And it's always, it's never 100%. If we speak about a broad support of something in any given environment, it's hardly 100% of all players, of all the people who somebody will always be disappointed, right? And this is what I attempted to show on the example of the Second Amendment on the faith in God. There is, according to Paul's and other research, there's quite even split in society, right? There's atheists, there's believers, and there's people who are somewhere in the middle. They don't know, but there's no this broad support, which I attempted to render through the English word concord. I don't know if that's felicitous enough to express it. So, of course, if we understand marriage enshrined in the Constitution in this form, of course, it leaves behind certain groups of people. There's no doubt about it. But this reflects only the political agenda of the most powerful players out there.
Okay,
and the other question is like why they use this concept of discord, this symphonic identity, and why, what they want to achieve through it, how they want to defend their positions, and from what other forces, right? It's a different question.
Thank you very much. There's another question in the chat from Yulia Yaluna. Yulia, are you here? Would you like to ask this yourself, or do you want me to read it out for you? Okay, I guess
I can tell the question myself. Dear Professor Ponomarev, thank you for your presentation. It was really an interesting view on the role of the face of God in Russia. But I have a question. It's based on my opinion. So, if I understood you correctly, so you were talking about the loss of Russian identity in the 90s. And the special role of the Orthodox Church in its return. So is it possible to talk about this special role in the situation of the existence of the special Soviet identity? Like, you know, many people in Russia, they identify themselves as a Soviet person. So, and as you know, in the USSR, the religion was not encouraged and even forbidden. So how related this Soviet and Russia identity with each other. So, and in addition, the short remark that modern studies of the religiosity of Russian youth shows that a large percentage are atheists, or they don't really support the Orthodox Church as an institution. So, and can we really talk about the need of this amendment in Russian Constitution, about the importance of faith in God? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. It was not me talking about this. I was quoting the chairman of the Constitutional Court of the Russian Federation. It is his idea. And again, it's a good question. Why is he, as a big shot in the Russian politics, saying it in the public, right? So indeed, he said that there was a loss in the new Russian state in the early 90s when the Constitution was in the final stretch before its adoption. So there was a break in entailing loss of some constitutional rights and problems connected with that. So he also speaks, and correctly, that it's not about so much about a religion, it's about the cultural identity in which religion played a significant role and still lives somewhere in the back of the mind, so to speak, in this or that version, secularized version, for example. You can recall the so-called Morальный кодекс строителей коммунизма. There was this moral code of those who built communism, right? And those were secularized versions of biblical commandments, so to speak, how to be a moral person. And they reflect in a great extent the Christian attitudes and morals and so on. But that's another question, right? So again, to underline, it was his thought, his idea that I used to develop some of my analysis. As for the need to include this amendment, to quote it, the faith in God transmitted to us by the ancestors. I assume in Russian we have no definite articles. In English that might have been correct, might be correct to use the articles, the faith, or maybe simply faith. The faith transmitted to us by the ancestors, by our ancestors on this particular territory, and so on and so forth. It's another question, do I like it or not? If I were to decide on the amendments in this particular case, I would leave it out, of course. There's no need to mention it in the Constitution, as I understand it. So, but again, I also referred to Zorkin when he said that constitutional development formation always reflects the development or the broader social concord, широкое общественное согласие about certain norms in the society. And I said, except for the word always, I can agree with this idea, right? And live in a world of checks and balances. And this particular faith in God clause was included, as you rightly pointed out, in the absence of this broader concord underneath. The Russian society is split as to this question. There's significant portions of society that don't quite feel like that. Unlike the understanding of marriage, I guess, still. Okay, so.
Okay, thank you. Jacob Gasper, I see your hand is up. Please take the floor.
Thank you so much to all of the panelists. I've really learned a lot. So my question goes to Professor Saunders, and it's quite straightforward, perhaps a bit naive, but I fail to understand why we're talking about identity in relation to constitutions when we're talking about their features, essence, their, well, cultural embeddedness or historical elements that they all entail in their interpretation of text and so on. So what is basically and that goes in line of your presentation. And what is the, you were talking about the purpose of this identity argument, but I still cannot see really why we're also embracing this type of, well, that we're talking about identity, which is kind of transplanted actually from the identity of a human being, or identity in a well, from, I mean, it's not really a legal term. So in that sense, my question is, identity can be at the same time very, I mean, identity is not one essence when we're talking about a human being. I mean, one can be a father, one can be a lawyer, one can be religious person, has one nationality or European nationality. So this overlapping of so many features, of so many attachments, is at one hand, it kind of reflects also the constitutional features, which are so different and having different importance and can be changed and so on and so forth. So in that sense, it perhaps makes sense to make this relationship with a term, with this terminology. But on the other hand, in the same time, I just fail to see what can we gain out of it. Why we're not just, I mean, this term doesn't come from any legal documents. It's not, is it kind of an elevation of the argument when we're trying to stress the importance of it, or just why? I mean, it's a, yeah.
You should, it's probably a question you should put to the organizers of this roundtable. But can I just make a couple of points about your very interesting intervention? I mean, one of the points you make about our own identity, of course, right. I mean, when I said in my presentation, I think of identity as being a fairly static thing. That's a sort of a narrow concept of identity. You know, someone says to me, well, who are you? And I say, I'm Cheryl Saunders. That's my identity in a sense. And now, if you want to consider it more broadly, yes, of course, I'm a woman, I'm an Australian, I have a constitutional lawyer, I have all sorts of identities. And if you want to consider the idea of constitutional identity in that broader sense, then you can, it might be a more apt concept. So you might say of the Australian Constitution, well, it's federal and it's monarchical and it's liberal democratic and it's common law. I mean, it has all of these different identities in that sense. But as I understand it, that's not what this discussion is particularly about. The idea of constitutional identity, I'm not even quite sure exactly who began the debate, but the discourse as it's in the form it presently takes is relatively recent. It's become part of the relatively recent literature on comparative constitutional law. I think it's right that it seeks to identify, to note the fact that there are differences between constitutions, but it's using a much more sort of essentialist term, if you like. And as I understand the strands of the literature, that idea has then been picked up and applied in various other contexts. One of those being to identify those parts of the Constitution that can't be changed maybe at all, or can't be changed without a return to the original constituent power. And in that sense, constitutional identity becomes sort of equivalent to the German idea of eternity clauses or to the Indian idea of basic structure. And then you also find it in the European Union context as marking out the boundaries between what the European Court and the European institutions can or cannot do that has an impact on the constitutions of member states. So the point I was trying to make towards the end of my talk is to say, you can see this idea of constitutional identity, which of course doesn't come out of a legal text, but like many ideas that we play with, come out of a set of theories from scholars. You can see that idea being used for multiple purposes. And I'm not sure, I don't think it's particularly helpful in the Australian context. And I leave others to make that judgment about their own context. contexts.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. I wonder, Cheryl, do you think any utility to the concept apart from the phenomenon of global?
You're breaking up, Leanne. Do it again.
Do you think there'll be any utility to the concept, which I know you're skeptical about, of constitutional identity apart from the phenomenon of global constitutionalism? Seeing that you're going to actually chair a session tomorrow about, national experiences.
Yeah, I mean, well, I can see how it can be useful at one level in sort of global comparative discussions. To go back to the earlier question about whether you can have multiple identities, I do think that's actually quite a useful observation. So, if you and I were at a conference involving people from 60 countries around the world, I would perfectly happily say, oh, both Leanne and I come from countries with common law constitutions. I mean, they have certain features in common that immediately tells you something. Or I might say, in another such conference, which has Germans in it, both Germany and Australia have federal constitutions. That's part of the identity of our constitutions, and that tells us something about the way in which they think about the way power is organized. I think it can be quite useful in that context. Whether it can be useful in any more sort of fixed and singular manner, I'm just a little bit more doubtful about. I mean, Yasuo, when he was making his very interesting presentation, he said, well, in a sense, the identity is it's a liberal democratic constitution. Well, that's fine, and that's at a very general level. So again, that tells you something about it, but it doesn't tell you anything sort of deeply distinctive about it.
Well, much food for thought. It's interesting too that the organizers of this roundtable has framed the issue as universality versus nationalism, and we haven't actually identified what is universal yet, aside from very abstract principles like human rights, rule of law, and democracy, which I think themselves are contested concepts. But I must cede the floor now to Carol Popalski, who has a question for Professor Kuhn. Carol, would you like to ask a question? And unmute yourself, please.
Yes. Okay, so I put everything in the chat, so I just wait and for the answer. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, the question, Professor Kuhn, is just something.
I will just shortly summarize the question for those of you who do not see the chat. Actually, the question is whether it is true what is traditionally presented in the Polish literature that Czech national identity is traditionally Eurosceptic. To what extent it's correct, to what extent it's superficial. So I would say it's a difficult question based on the hard data. Based on the hard data, it's correct. Yeah, because the Czechs are one of the most Eurosceptic nations in Europe. But the question is to what extent it's like some kind of product of the Czech national identity or Czech national psychic, or to what extent it's created by political elites. Yeah, because on the one hand, we did have a quite Euro-friendly first president, Mr. Václav Havel, and then two succeeding presidents are quite Eurosceptics. Yeah, so the first president was Euro-friendly, two presidents are Eurosceptic, which, according to many, moved the spirit of the nation. And second, what is also important, yesterday, for instance, European Parliament denounced the Czech Prime Minister for basically abusing European funds, because he is both Prime Minister and also billionaire. So he is getting those funds from his government to his company. So this was denounced by the European Parliament, and immediately you can see the Eurosceptic reaction of the Prime Minister that the European Parliament is useless and we shall abolish that. So to put it in a nutshell, the question is to what extent it is product of the national spirit, and to what extent it's a product of the political climate created by the political elites, for whom it's to some extent useful to create those Eurosceptic atmosphere, because they are abusing European funds in a similar way as Viktor Orban is doing that in Hungary, for instance. Yeah, so to some extent it's correct. To some extent it might be superficial.
Okay, Professor Hasebe has a question for Professor Ponomarev.
Yeah, let me voice it. Whether there was any influence of Carl Schmitt when the amendment on the institutional guarantee of marriage was promoted, because it sounds very Schmittian. From what I have seen and have read, I have not come across any reference to Carl Schmitt, right? And I don't think, in all honesty, that this particular name and his concepts were involved, at least directly. Definitely, there are people around Petra Kirill and who know something about Carl Schmitt, but so far in the public space, in the discourses that I have seen, nothing popped up.
Okay, thank you. Sergey, you have a question for Professor Saunders?
Thank you, Leon. Cheryl, may I ask, thank you for your presentation, which was quite general about the skeptical view on constitutional identity. So I think that probably we can talk about two senses, two dimensions of constitutional identity. You talk mostly about what could be named as methodological or tight understanding of constitutional identity. This is the questions when we concern the constitutional amendments and non-amendable parts of constitutions, and these disputes between national and international institutions, etc., etc. But on the other hand, we have more global differentiations, which concern sometimes general values of constitutions. And it was mostly obvious if we compare not the institutional parts of constitutions, but the substantial, the value and more deep analysis of constitutional practice in different parts of the world, comparing especially the liberal democracies and the other parts of the world still using the language of constitutionalism. And for this part, or for this understanding of constitutional identity, could you be probably not that skeptic, because basing on the ideas of constitutional identity, we can draw the lines just to define the scope of constitutionalism, its main principles and values. When you gave example of transplants as a proportionality principle used in different jurisdictions, but here in Russia, we also have a kind of proportionality, maybe in some instrumental sense of proportionality methodology. I mean that our constitutional court uses proportionality, but not in that order of values which is supposed to be behind proportionality in Western liberal democracies. I mean that if we look on the practice of our Russian constitutional court, we see that sometimes
Sorry, Sergey,
individual rights, but
you're frozen for me, at least.
Yeah, I cannot hear you.
Yes, he's frozen in time.
That's annoying. Just when he was developing that point.
Maybe he's thinking about it
is
now.
that correct with
Sergey,
Sergey.
could you
I
explore?
beg your apologies. The problem of connection. Do you hear me now?
Not very well. You're breaking up still.
I hope it will be stabilized. And now?
Yes.
That's better.
Okay, perfect. So we see what I call personally a reverse proportionality. So the common values or collective interests sometimes prevail over individual rights. And of course, this is also proportionality, but not that proportionality which is supposed to be in other jurisdictions. So taking this as an example, could we still have this notion of constitutional identity just to decide where it is variations of the general mainstream of constitutionalism and where we deviating from this main road? Thank you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I find that all very vague, I have to say. I mean, I completely understand the point you're making, but I just don't see how it helps us particularly either understand particular countries or make decisions about the relevance of identity. I mean, one of the problems for me about the way in which you've just explained that, and it's very interesting, and I accept that there may well be these distinctions, but is that I don't think that either liberal democracies or, for that matter, non-liberal democracies are particularly homogeneous either. So I think if we took the pot of liberal democracies, whoever you think is in that pot, which is another question, you would find that they all deal differently with the collective and individual interest. I mean, I think, the American discourse is very sort of dominant in the constitutional field, but the weight that individual interests play in the US over the public interest, however you might like to describe it, is not replicated. Certainly not replicated in Australia and not replicated in much of Europe. And even if we take your example of proportionality, I mean, Australia has a version of proportionality. It's a poor cousin of proportionality as it emerged from, say, Germany or other parts of Europe. And I suspect it might be closer to yours than it is to many others. So again, I think we've just got to be a little bit careful about how we're using identity to describe countries that maybe just spun out along a spectrum of practice and assumptions and may change their place on that spectrum over time.
Thank you so much.
Okay, does anybody else have questions? Oh, if not, I'll venture a quasi question to Professor Hasebe, which I know is slightly outside the scope of your paper, so I'm just asking for very selfish purposes as usual. And I'm just wondering whether or not the idea of how you might think through the idea of constitutional identity as a concept in relation to Japan, in relation specifically to the historical status of the Shinto religion, and particularly of the inclusion of the Ainu people in Japanese society. You know, would those be interesting lines of research or thinking for you? Please unmute yourself. Professor Hasebe, could you unmute?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for your very difficult to answer question. Yes, there's opinions and views about inclusion of Iron people and various questions posed upon Shintoism, Shinto religion. But I don't think the concept of constitutional identity make a very understanding light upon these questions. Regarding the Shinto religions, as you know, Shintoism is devoid of its contents. It's just various um, uh, conduct. I mean, it doesn't have doctrines like Catholics or Protestants. There's no doctrine. So if one religion doesn't have any doctrines, it's not like a religion that just devoid of its content. So it's very difficult to make up a meaningful argument or discourse about Shintoism. So as you know, there are many things about Japan around these constitutional issues. So my guess is that constitutional identity may not be very useful to construct a positive argument. What I did point out in my presentation is that it may uh, be useful to point out the malady of our mental disorder. Oh, but it's a quite negative point. Oh, that's all.
Gosh, what was that?
I don't know.
The monster got in and started growling angrily, I guess. Thank you so much, Professor Hasabe, for your answer. Does anyone else have any questions? I don't see anything in the chat function. Well, is everybody kind of like zoomed out? Oh, wait. Yes, you saw you? Please, Professor. The floor is yours.
So I have a, may I ask?
Sorry.
Who's speaking? Sorry.
I think Professor Usurio? But, okay. All right, maybe not. Sorry, please go ahead. Anybody want to speak?
Yes, I have a question, if I may.
Please.
I just posted my text. To Zdenek Kuhn, you mentioned the pro-Russian, although limited, trend in the pre-revolutionary Czech political legal thought, and the possibility of the Romanovs, as you put it, the Russian dynasty, if history developed in a different direction, to become the monarchs of the Czechs, so to speak. My question is that the Russian monarchy was distinctly Orthodox, and all the kings and queens that were, it was a must to belong to the Orthodox Church. Was religion discussed, involved at any rate at that point, mentioned by someone? And if you know, what if, yeah, if they were to become kings in the Czech Republic and the Czech Kingdom, what would the religious affiliation of the kings or queens from Russia be in that case on the Czech territory?
Interestingly, religion was not discussed at all, but it was not so much limited. In late 1914, in 1915, it was the most influential political faction. And so it was quite realistic. Like in the late 1914, in December 1914, Russian troops reached east of what is about to become Czechoslovakia. And in late 1914, in early 1915, Czech politicians and lawyers wrote even the constitution of the Czech Kingdom, ruled by the Russian prince family, by the Russian Romanovs. Yeah, religion was not discussed at all. But the reason perhaps is that religion does not matter here in the Czech Republic. Even though technically most citizens then were Catholics, they were not really sincerely believers in Catholicism. Catholicism was imposed something on us after 1620, after 30 Years' War. So in fact, no one experienced Catholicism as a big issue. What prevailed here was this pan-Slavic movement, pan-Slavic idea, the language, and the admiration of the big Russian nation. So this was what mattered for the politicians from 1914 till 1917. And actually, when Russian troops got defeated in spring 1915, all those politicians were actually arrested by the Austrian government. But interestingly, the Austrian government waited till the development in the front. So even the Austrians expected that perhaps, and it was quite realistic in early 1915, that Russian troops will crush Austria. It was quite likely if the Germans did not intervene, and it was because of the Germans that the Russian troops withdrew to the east. Yeah, but otherwise it was quite realistic idea. So if the history went in a different direction, perhaps we would reach what you indicate. And I think there would have to make some religious compromise. Yeah, they would have to make some religious compromise because for many, especially for Slovaks, for Moravians, Catholicism is much more important. Yeah, so they would have to deal with that. And I don't know whether the Russian Romanov or actually cadet branch of some Romanovs would adhere to the fact that they would have to become Catholics. I don't know, perhaps not. But as I told you, for the politicians who were in power, it was not a big deal. It was not a big deal. Religion, not at all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
A couple of hands in chat, Leon.
Yes, Professor Pablo.
Thank you very much. I have just a very short question, but called my attention something that Professor Saunders raised. I was thinking in the idea of the Constitution as a cultural object, something that was brought in her presentation. And underlying that idea, she also pushed forward a couple of items that I think is very relevant in the analysis of the constitutional ethos. This meaning that bringing to the discussion which are the beliefs, normative beliefs, of course, and also which are the emotional background, something that always I think it's very important to be aware of in a constitutional setting. So my question goes, if you can elaborate perhaps in a comparative analysis, if there are certain guidelines or certain a certain framework, theoretical framework, trying to unravel which features in a constitutional setting are likely to promote and to foster trust, cooperation, tolerance. If we are able to explore beyond the drafting of the Constitution in comparative terms. This is my question. If you can elaborate, trying to link the idea of the Constitution beyond the formal analysis as a cultural object, and if you think that there is any chance to unravel and to spell out those underlying constitutional emotions, beliefs that perhaps can explain why in certain constitutional settings those outcomes are likely to come out, and in others, Latin America, for example, are very unlikely to have those outcomes.
Yeah, really interesting questions, Pablo. Thanks. Look, I completely agree with you about thinking about the cultural ethos, if you like, in which constitutions operate. And I think that one of the things we see with transplants really is that you pick up a set of institutions that seem to be working peacefully and promoting relatively comfortable communities in one setting, and it doesn't work in another setting. And I think that that's one of the big issues that's being grappled with the spate of constitution making around the world at the moment. I mean, we just need to think a little bit about what it is that would bring more peaceful coexistence in some communities. You know, and picking up some Anglo-Saxon idea of the rule of law is not necessarily the way to produce that result in, say, a country like Papua New Guinea, where communities have operated differently and the central state is a less significant institution. You know, also, and there's quite a lot of work going on what's called hybrid states with hybrid constitutional arrangements. But can I just touch on another aspect of what you've just said, and it comes back to your point about sort of the broader setting. There's a lot of talk at the moment about constitutions that are transformational. So you're not just focusing on the text, although the text is important. And what's also important quite often in these discussions is the way in which the Constitution was made, the extent to which it was inclusive, the extent to which they rose above ordinary politics, you know, all of those sorts of issues. But the claim that a constitution is transformational really is associated with South Africa. It's not just intended at the moment, rightly or wrongly. It's not just intended to put in place a whole lot of new institutions of government. It's intended to transform the way in which we deal with each other, to transform the way in which state institutions deal with us, etc., etc. There's a very interesting recent decision from the High Court of Kenya talking about this idea of transformation and how it needs to infuse, I mean, they're arguing, infuse the way courts reason. But I think if it's going to mean anything, it's got to go beyond courts. It's got to affect political institutions and arguably society at large. But it may fit in with the point you were making.
Professor Hele, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for 4 really interesting presentations. And Cheryl, I always learn something new from listening to you. So thank you so much. So while listening to the presentations, we heard several examples of I would say, constitutional systems where the constitutional text doesn't really reflect the practice, the actual practice going on. Cheryl, for instance, provided, I think, at least 3 examples of this. And in a way, if I understood Professor Kuhn the right way, I think he also provided maybe 1 example at least of this. And this is something I can absolutely relate to because I come from a country which very seldom amend our constitution. So if you read it as a foreigner, as an outsider, you would, for instance, think that the Queen almost decides everything in our country. That's of course not the case. It's a very democratic system. It's actually the government that carries out these competences. And we saw an example in Iceland some years ago, which was very, very interesting. So the president in Iceland has this sort of formally in the text, in the constitutional text, this competence to call referendums. If he doesn't really agree, it's kind of, I wouldn't call it a veto right, but if he doesn't really agree and want to sign legislation, then he can call an election, or sorry, a referendum. But no one really believed in Iceland that this would ever happen because that had not been the practice ever. But at some point, the president actually did do that. I think it was in a question. It was a very controversial thing, either about EU membership or something else. And of course, some people could interpret that as kind of maybe a populistic move. I won't comment on that, but something happened that no one expected to happen, because from a pragmatic point of view, people would say, well, it might say so in this very old text, which by the way has roots in the Danish constitution, but no one imagined that to happen because they had a different practice. So I come from a pragmatic country too, but I would say that during the last 5 to 10 years, I've really started reflecting on what the impact of such a gap is, for instance, during really extreme periods in sort of in the lifetime of a country. And therefore, I would really like to address this question. It could be to you, Cheryl, but also anyone else who would like to comment on it, on this gap and what it means, and whether it makes these constitutions especially vulnerable maybe during these maybe times of extreme political power. Thank you.
Thanks, Ella. Yeah, really interesting set of observations. And I was just thinking as you were talking, you know, it's possible to produce a lot of different answers to that question. And the answers we produce may itself tell us something about the constitutional tradition that we're coming from. So with your example of the President of Iceland, you know, the British constitutional tradition, of which Australia historically was part, would analyse that in terms of constitutional convention. You know, sure, the president's got the power, but hey, there's a convention, you know, a practice that's elevated above the level of ordinary practice, that he or she won't exercise it. And if they do, then we'll have a tremendous political argument about whether it was right or wrong and what that means for the concept of convention. So that's, you know, one way of going down that path. Another way is to say, well, there's sort of a cultural understanding has developed over time. If you think history is part of culture, and constitutions last a long while, and the practice evolves, and everybody evolves, and everybody who's involved with that constitution understands that that's evolved over time. And so the constitution is operating really in the light of that cultural understanding, I think. And one of the problems with newer constitutional systems is, you know, if there is a gap, and there always is a gap, of course, in constitutions, you can't foresee everything. If that cultural understanding hasn't developed, how is that gap going to be filled? And I think those that's one of the reasons why newer constitutions are such less able to deal with these sort of crises that come along in the way that in Denmark might be, or even Iceland might be dealt with much more easily. But look, the last point I just might make is, this is a very undeveloped thought, but I've been playing it with it myself a bit lately. The idea of constitutional imaginary. You know, those of us who live in a particular constitutional system, we've got a bit of a story about what our constitution means and how it works and where it might be going. You know, the Australian imaginary, the Australian constitution was actually enacted by the British Parliament, but before that it was voted on by the Australian people, or those who were voting in those days. So the Australian imaginary, of course, is that this was a very popular process. The reality, you can also see it as an artifact of imperialism. But that's our story. And I think there's something to be said with developing this idea of imaginary as well. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to throw that in. I'd wondered whether to do it earlier. Thought maybe I won't.
Jacob, you have a question for Professor Kuhn. Professor Kuhn, have you read it? It's in the chat.
Yeah, I have. I will shortly only add to what Cheryl said. Of course, conventions matter. And if you have a recent constitution, and I say recent in the Czech Republic, we have 3 decades old constitution, 30 years old constitution. But still, if you do not stick to some conventions, if you do not follow what your predecessors did, you can easily end up with what our current president proclaimed a few years ago, that conventions, constitutional conventions, there is nothing like constitutional conventions. And if there are some, they are idiotic. He is not bound by them. Yeah. So this is This is stupid, of course. This is stupid because then one president could behave completely different way from another president, which again strengthens what I call this imperial understanding of presidentialism. But the question is about the Slovak pension decision of the Czech Constitutional Court, which is, for those of you who do not know what is it about, this was the first decision which revolted against the European Court of Justice. It's not the most famous one. The most famous one is the German one, recent German decision. But it's the first decision, and my reading of that decision is what Jakob mentioned at the end. I see it as an isolated mistake. It's an isolated mistake in a special context of judicial rivalry. I written about that. It was very specific. Even the Czech court did not pursue this path. They just wanted to say that they have the final say. This was about it. It did not have any impact from both national level and European level. What is much more serious now is, of course, this German decision, which will provide perhaps a lesson for the Polish Constitutional Court, which has to make its battle with both Court of Justice of the European Union and also European Court of Human Rights.
Okay, thank you. Right, any further questions? We have time for perhaps one more. Okay, I don't see anyone. I think everybody's questioned out, but we pretty much had almost 15 minutes of very active Q&A. So I propose at this stage to conclude this panel so that I can go have dinner and you can go have lunch, or, you know, Cheryl can go to bed. All right, but thank you very much. Perhaps you could offer the panel members a cyber clap for their contributions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Leanne. Thanks for your lovely chairing.
Thank you so much for participating. I just wanted to say a few words just to thank all the speakers and our chairman for this session. Thank you so much for your brilliant presentations, for your very important contributions to our roundtable, and I hope those who are not going to bed can join the other sessions of today. And Cheryl, I hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you.
You will. Thanks, Sergey. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, beloved. Thank you very much for inviting me to take part in this conference. I'm honored, actually.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your participation, for your contribution to the roundtable. We have I do not see Pietro Faraguna.
Сергей, добрый день. Добрый день.
Здравствуйте,
Ирина Новоконьхова, спикер, ваш модератор.
Да, спасибо большое, что согласились. Выручили.
С удовольствием, с удовольствием. Жалею, что не могу везде участвовать и слушать, сами понимаете, горячая пора, конец года. Но очень рада, что подключились.
Sergey.
Hello.
Are you with me? Hello. Yeah, I'm in Beijing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you.
For participation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you for so I so enjoyed the participate in the conference and shared some ideas. Yeah, look at very well. Yeah. During the pandemic, but you are very nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So everybody's here, and we can start. Ирина Анатольевна, пожалуйста.
Благодарю. Добрый день, дорогие коллеги.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We would like to welcome everyone who is with us at this third session. I hope lunch was good enough. You are all strong and full of enthusiasm. Allow me to introduce myself as the moderator of the third session. I'm Irina Konihova, professor of the constitutional right, head of the aspect of constitutional right and studies of the Russian University of Justice. I also work for the Academy of Sciences in Russia. We are going to discuss a very topical issue that is not that often touched upon in the scientific work and in media. There's constitutional identity outside the state. So we're taking the subnational level and supranational level. That's what we will discuss today. And allow me to introduce the speakers: Pietro Faragona, Italy; Elena Gritsenko, St. Petersburg; and Yang Serong, China. In my introduction, allow me to say that the presentations belong to different legal cultures. Italy is a very well integrated state, integrated into the EU. It's a member of the Council of Europe, and it's a unitarian state with the traditions of decentralization that Russia is very much interested in. The sound is gone. Sorry, the sound is gone. No, gone. Then and Russia is the largest federation in the world. We have a lot of entities of the federation, and it has a very very peculiar structure. And then there is a colleague of ours from China who will introduce to us the unique constitutional identity of China, which is being modernized today, which has its peculiarities in foreign policy and domestic policy. And there are interesting provinces like Xinjiang and Hong Kong, and we will be happy to listen to her presentation. I'm not going to abuse your time and attention. At the end, I hope there is a chance for me to comment on some of the presentations. There is a chat to ask questions and to put forward comments. Allow me to start the discussion and allow me to give the floor to Pietro Faraguna, a scholar who represents the University of Trieste in Italy. A few words for those who are not that familiar with this scholar. In 2011, Pietro Faraguna was awarded the doctor's title in constitutional right with his dissertation dedicated to constitutional identity and the supreme principles of the rule of law. So he is a well-recognized specialist in this area, and his interests are associated with multi-level constitutionalism, with human rights, democracy, and we'll be happy to listen to him. It's wonderful that Pietro works not only with the universities of our country, of different countries, but with Russian universities, among others. Pietro, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much for having me.
Good afternoon, but my English is very limited, and so I will continue in English.
Thank you for having me, and I'm very sorry for the fact that I have managed to switch to the English interpretation in the introduction just after a few words, and nonetheless my Russian is above average, as you have had the experience to hear. I didn't hear the very first minutes of the introduction of the panel, so I heard that, but I didn't understand a lot. First of all, so let me thank the organizers of IACL and the organization committee of this roundtable for this invitation. Let me thank the University of St. Petersburg as local organizer in the name of Professor Belov for the invitation. Of course, let me say that it is a true pain, being just in front of a screen in our offices, and I would have loved to be in St. Petersburg with you, but we were all forced to some sacrifice. This is certainly not the biggest sacrifice that we were forced to in the last year, but still we will remember that as a sacrifice, and I hope that in the near future we will have the occasion to remedy against this small sacrifice and have other occasions to meet in person and perhaps in St. Petersburg. Let me thank also Anna Gritsenko for her very nice organizational activities. I'm very sympathetic with that because I have been in her place a few years ago in the organization of a roundtable in Rome, and I know how much stress there is behind that. I don't know if it is better or worse, the fact that the whole thing was moved online, but I think that, any kind of format has its own specific challenge. So this said, let me move to my topic, and I will start with pointing some consideration on the terminological ambiguity and the conceptual contestation that raise very serious challenges to any academic discussion around the notion of identity. Within this ambiguity, the expression constitutional identity, not just identity, the expression constitutional identity has been loaded, in my opinion, with a very rapidly changing, let's say, emotional content. 20 years ago, it seemed to be a much more acceptable alternative constitutional identity if compared with the old concept of sovereignty. While nowadays, the scholarly debate seems to condemn the use and particularly the misuse and abuse of this concept. Constitutional identity is certainly a global concept, as the same existence of this round table testifies, but I think that we can acknowledge some specificities in the European constitutional experience, and these specificities emerged in many of the talks and discussion we had in this morning and yesterday. So within the frame of the European public law debate, constitutional identity is certainly far from a novel notion. On the contrary, the notion emerges from the very basic scholarly works and foundations of contemporary constitutional law, starting from the seminal work of Carl Schmitt. So an entire chapter of its very famous Verfassungslehre is devoted to the exploration of the concept of constitutional identity indeed. However, recent developments around the concept suggested that there is a peculiar, we could say, Sonderweg in the way of approaching this concept. And I think there are at least two reasons possibly justifying this peculiarity. First of all, Europe is a small continent with deep legal integration and a wide differentiation of legal regime. Second, EU law provides for an identity clause in the text of the treaties, nowadays in Article 4, paragraph 2 of the Treaty on the European Union. And this is a unique example of a legalization, positivization, constitutionalization of the legal concept of identity in modern supranational constitutionalism. Of course, these two elements are intertwined. So the EU has an identity clause as the EU needs an identity clause, and it needs one because the EU is a relatively small territory characterized by a significant legal heterogeneity. As it always happens, constitutional law follows history, history follows politics, while politics follows society. Therefore, in my view, an historical perspective may be an illuminating one in the analysis of the concept of constitutional identity from a European perspective, which is the perspective I will adopt in my presentation. So in my presentation, I will briefly talk about what I consider a story of success, so the legalization of the concept of constitutional identity in the European Union. And I will conclude by investigating some current challenges and concerns arising from some new transformation of this key concept. The identity clause was firstly introduced in the treaties, as it is widely known, in 1992. So some constitutional courts of EU member states, particularly exactly the Corte Costituzionale in the Italian Republic and the German Bundesverfassungsgericht, already engaged some talks and judicial dialogues with the European Court of Justice around possible tools of protection of constitutional peculiarities, even before 1992. However, it was only with the approval of the Treaty of Maastricht that the treaties were complemented with an explicit clause providing for the principle of respect of member states' national identities. Professor Rosenfeld already investigated the differences between national and constitutional identity. At the time of the Maastricht Treaty, the terms of the clause were rather vague and very ambiguous then. However, the introduction of the clause was an important wise point of balance of colliding forces. On the one side, the centripetal force pushing in the direction of a stronger and deeper political integration, and on the other side, a state-centered centrifugal reluctance to transfer too many state competences at the supranational level. To make a long story short, the political turn marked by the Treaty of Maastricht has been counterbalanced through the introduction of some legal tools with the aim of reassuring member states and their concerns about the impact of the new path of the European integration process on the integrity of their same statehood. Among these legal tools, we could certainly mention, for example, the protocol on subsidiarity, a significant number of opt-outs, the design of differentiated integration tools, and finally, and more importantly to our extent, the principle of respect of member states' national identities. For some decades, the value of the identity clause in the Maastricht Treaty has been mostly considered only as a political statement. Among the reassuring tools that I have mentioned earlier, the identity clause was probably the less legally impacting tool within the package. The clause did not make any explicit reference to constitutional elements, and as we already talked about in this roundtable, it only referred to national identity. And above all, the clause was kept outside the jurisdiction of the Court of Justice of the European Union. Therefore, the clause was considered rather as an interpretative complement or just as a political statement than a proper constitutional provision. However, the political message of the identity clause was very clear and rather precious, particularly in the perspective of those countries in Central and Eastern Europe joining the EU exactly in the next following years, that after decades of limitation of their sovereignty due to the Soviet influence, viewed the subjugation under new European ties with, of course, understandable suspect. The language of the identity at that point was considered far more acceptable if compared with the language of sovereignty. However, as already said, the legal impact of the introduction of the identity clause by the Maastricht Treaty has been rather limited, in my opinion, in the formulation of the Maastricht Treaty. There is no time here for a specific and detailed analysis of the Court of Justice case law after the introduction of the identity clause in 1992. But in short, we could say that the clause has never been properly used in the decisions of the court between 1992 and 2009, when the clause was rephrased by the Treaty of Lisbon. Implicit references to the identity clause are usually recognized in a group of decisions issued also before the reformulation in 2009. Among these cases, we could mention, for example, Anita Gröner, Omega, Grogan, Rea Azores, and these are just the most famous. In this stream of case law, the Court of Justice did not make explicit reference to the clause, but implicitly seemingly referred to it. The situation, however, has changed dramatically, or maybe not dramatically, that's too much, but has changed somehow, both in the treaties and in the legal consequences after the reformulation of the identity clause by the Treaty of Lisbon in 2009. The identity clause, as it is widely known, was rephrased with an enhancement of the legal and constitutional nature. In its current formulation, the clause makes now explicit reference to member states, quote, fundamental structures, political and constitutional, and moreover, and maybe more importantly for our purposes, the Treaty of Lisbon finally brought the identity clause provided for by Article 4 of the treaty under the jurisdiction of the Court of Justice of the European Union. However, and nonetheless, the impact of this new formulation of the clause on the case law of the Court of Justice was, in my view, rather light if we just consider the case law of the Court of Justice. In fact, even if it is certainly true that after the adoption of the Lisbon Treaty, the identity clause made it finally and openly, expressly into the legal reasoning of the Court of Justice of the EU, the impact of the rephrasing of the clause on the Court of Justice case law should not be overestimated. If we screen in some detail the most important cases where the identity clause or identity-related arguments made it into the legal reasoning of the court, we realize that the positivization, legalization, constitutionalization, call it as you wish, so the legalization of the identity clause did not have such a revolutionary impact on the Court of Justice case law. The Court of Justice case law rather adopted a cautious and self-restrained approach in the interpretation of the clause, even after the introduction of the Treaty of Lisbon. The clause made it into the legal reasoning of some decisions of the Court of Justice. However, the number of these cases is rather limited, and their constitutional tone is, in my view, rather poor. On a different, yet, in my opinion, tightly connected front, there are many cases, many more cases in which the identity clause was invoked by the referring national courts and by national governments intervening in the cases, but where these arguments connected to constitutional identity were not picked up at all by the Court of Justice. Torresi is one case, and MAS-MB, also known as Taricco second chapter, are quintessential examples, in my opinion, of this dynamic. Paradoxically speaking, the constitutionalization of the identity clause provided for by the Treaty of Lisbon had a much higher impact on the case law of the member states' supreme and constitutional courts. If we consider both group of cases where constitutional identity emerges openly and expressly, and cases where it emerges, let's say, in disguise under different tags such as sovereignty control, such as fundamental rights review, such as ultra-virus review, counter limits, or other tags, then the number of cases where member states, constitutional and supreme courts formulated constitutional reservations to the principle of primacy of EU law significantly increases after 2009. The trend emerged very clearly in a series of decisions issued in the last 5-10 years that have been widely reported and investigated and discussed by the legal scholarship. After some early signals coming from the Czech Republic with the famous Landstova or Slovak pension case, there is a significant number of other cases where different constitutional courts challenged the principle of primacy of EU law. A list of cases, and certainly it is not exhaustive, should include, for example, the Danish Supreme Court in the Ios case, certainly the Italian Constitutional Court case in the Taricco saga, and certainly the German Constitutional Court in 3 different sagas: OMT, the Banking Union, and Weiss. And I mean, regarding Weiss, there are some very important developments in the last days, like the day before yesterday, the European Commission announced that it will start the first step of an infringement procedure against Germany, exactly because of the Weiss decision of the German Bundesverfassungsgericht. However, in this list of cases, and among these, the famous Taricco saga involving the Constitutional Court of Italy provides a topical example of the slightly paradoxical developments that I have tried to illustrate earlier, by virtue of which the constitutionalization of national identity provided for by the post-Lisbon formulation of the identity clause has impacted much more the understanding of constitutional identity by member states' national courts than the Court of Justice case law. In that case, while the Constitutional Court of Italy, in the reference for a preliminary ruling, expressly invoked the protection of constitutional identity and expressly referred to Article 4.2 of the Treaty on the European Union, the Court of Justice avoided to refer to identity in its legal reasoning at all, while grounding its rather accommodating decision on the territory of common constitutional traditions. In my opinion, it is extremely telling that the Court of Justice decision in the case MAS-MB, that is the second episode of the Taricco saga, did not even mention the word identity, not even once. In light of these briefly overviewed developments, the legal scholarship started to signal that the impact of the constitutionalization of the identity clause in the Treaty of Lisbon was rather light, and signaled in the best case the lack of utility of the notion, while in the worst case, the same legal scholarship denounced the dangers arising from constitutional identity, and specifically from its misuses and abuses. The abuse of this notion emerged in particular under 2 circumstances I did not mention in the list I have mentioned earlier. The first occasion was the infamous, let's say, decision of the already captured Hungarian Constitutional Court, where the court, let's say, assisted the Orbán government in affirming with, in my opinion, legally speaking, a rather sophisticated decision. So it affirmed that the EU policy of assigning compulsory quotas in the relocation of migrants consisted in a violation of Hungarian constitutional identity. The second occasion was the explicit invocation of constitutional identity by the Polish government in the defense of its heavily criticized judicial reform, then declared illegitimate, that were packing the Polish higher courts. the government affirmed that differences in the composition of the judiciary were a matter of constitutional identity. In the words of the white paper on the reform of the Polish judiciary that were published in 2018, and here I quote, "It is obvious that there are differences in legal systems within the EU, and this follows from separate constitutional identities of individual states, and this diversity is protected by the Treaty on the European Union," unquote. So the white paper expressly then referred to the case law of the German Bundesverfassungsgericht on identity, on constitutional identity, as well as it referred to the European Court of Justice case law on Article 4, Paragraph 2 of the Treaty on the European Union, in order, of course, to corroborate its political arguments. So moving from these epiphanies of identity arguments, the scholarly discourse around constitutional identity was suddenly subject to a very rapid emotional transformation. While in the 90s, constitutional identity seemed to be a more than acceptable safety clause to reassure member states' concerns in front of this important constitutional moment of the European integration process, many scholars are now advocating the lack of utility or the dangers coming from constitutional identity. Some scholars demanded even that member states engaging in constitutional identity talks should not take part to the EU legal system at all and leave the Union entirely and immediately. My personal view is that abandoning the notion of constitutional identity just because of its recent abuses is far from a wise option. So first of all, constitutional identity is nowadays a matter of black letter positive constitutional EU law. Article 4, Paragraph 2 of the Treaty on the European Union is part of the treaties, and it is also subject to this jurisdiction of the Court of Justice of the European Union. A treaty reform providing for the abrogation of Article 4 is, in my view, a completely unrealistic scenario, and therefore, as lawyers, we should acknowledge that constitutional identity exists as a legal notion. Second point, advancing a sort of, let's say, theoretical abjuration of identity because of the risks emerging from abuses is, in my opinion, counterproductive and possibly more dangerous than the dangers this strategy aims at neutralizing. In my view, there is a much more effective and simply alternative, and this is acknowledging the legal success of the process of legalization and positivization of constitutional identity in the EU and focusing on abuses and misuses of the notion. To a certain extent, in my opinion, the same fact that the clause is increasingly more and more subject to abusive manipulation is a clear symptom of its success. The same is true for many other key concepts of public law, such as democracy, freedom, rule of law, separation of power, liberalism. These are all indeterminate concepts, and as such, they are, have been, and will be prone to abusive misinterpretations. I think that the destructive potential of constitutional identity is not an essential character of the clause per se, but it is a possible consequence of its abuse. The challenge is then recognizing abuses and building legal remedies against abuses. As legal scholars, I think that we might have some responsibilities on both fronts, some light responsibilities, but some of them. As for the first front, the recognition of abuses of constitutional identity should rely on the massive literature on constitutional identity. The opinion advocated by some scholars of abandoning totally the discourse on constitutional identity just because the notion might be open to abuses sounds completely absurd to me. First of all, we could say that constitutional identity should be respected as far as they are constitutional and not unconstitutional constitutional identities. So keeping plays on words aside, respecting constitutional identities is a black letter fundamental principle of the EU that should be balanced with other equally fundamental principles of the EU. Among these, the fundamental principles mentioned in Article 2 of the Treaty of the European Union are certainly to be included, in my view. Article 2 and Article 4 are on the same level in the treaty. Therefore, claiming that Article 4 and the Identity Clause protects national measures that violates Article 2 should be recognized as simply as it is and as an abusive application of the identity clause. If an identity is to be constitutional, it needs to refer to the specific principles of a given constitution of a specific member state, but also, in my view, to the principles attaining at having a constitution in general, where a normative conception of the concept of constitution needs to be applied, and it certainly traces back to Article 16 of the Declaration of the Rights of Men and Citizens, where it states that any society in which the guarantee of rights is not assured, nor the separation of powers determined, has no constitution. In this sense, in my view, the rejection of unconstitutional constitutional identities claims would moreover lead to an affirmation of a European constitutional identity. This is a widely overlooked topic that, in my opinion, needs to be theoretically framed and strongly affirmed by the European legal scholarship. Once we have tried, at least, to identify and discern between uses, misuses, and abuses of constitutional identity, then the next challenge would be, of course, identifying effective legal remedies to tackle abuses. However, this will be probably the matter for another presentation, maybe another conference, maybe another workshop, because as Maitland once wrote, life, I know, is short and law is long, is too long, and we cannot study everything at once. Thank you very much for your attention.
Благодарим Пьетро за очень глубокий, развернутый, интереснейший доклад. И лично я разделяю
presentation, the report, and I share many of your views voiced, and it is a great pleasure that we all maintain similar points of view. Well, I do have certain questions, but I will give the opportunity to all the other participants to ask their questions. So please, if there are any questions, please ask your questions to the speaker. So if there are no questions, well, let me please ask you a question. Do you agree with the fact that the supremacy of constitution still remains the key criteria of the constitutional identity if we consider the interaction of states with international bodies and organization on supranational level, and if we consider the cooperation of the state with the regions? Well, I do understand which criteria you've mentioned, but do you agree with the criteria that I mentioned? Or do you think that we need a more flexible approach?
Okay, here I am. Sorry, I have to deactivate the translation, otherwise I will be translated myself. Thank you for your question. So I think that it is almost impossible to give a universal answer to this question. And I think that my personal point of view is, of course, highly conditioned by the fact that I'm a scholar coming from a certain legal order, and I'm studying this kind of developments within the European Union. And I think that in that sense, as once we consider the supremacy of the constitution within this context, I think that part of the specificities of national constitutions in the European Union, but I think this is not true only for the European Union. So part of the specificity of the current generation of constitutions in the European Union is exactly the fact that they embrace, so they state some kind of principle of openness. And so this is a completely new feature if we compare contemporary constitutions with constitutions like coming from previous generations. And therefore, so I think that this could be part of the characteristics that are identifying national constitutions in within this process. And therefore, once we accept the supremacy of the constitution, we should also accept the supremacy constitution of the constitutions of national constitution, providing for the principle of openness. So the idea is that so openness both to supranational and international law is part of constitutional identities in a certain development that is, of course, like regionally circumscribed, but I think that this is certainly influencing my my answer to your question.
Спасибо. Я удовлетворена ответом. Спасибо большое за разъяснение. Я вижу...
Pleased with the answer. I can see that there is one question. I think there is somebody willing to ask a question. So if you're ready, please ask your question.
Hello, may I ask for questions? Yes, yeah, Professor Falaguna. My question is that, you know, European peoples, the words tried to writing the EU constitutional law several years ago. You know, European people was trying to writing EU constitutional law. My question that do you think that's possible? Continue to writing new EU constitutional law in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. Shall I answer immediately?
Yes, please.
Okay, so certainly, I mean, it is an important point. Thank you for your question. So first of all, it is an important point in the development, in the constitutional developments of EU integration, the fact that the ill-fated treaty that should have adopted a constitutional treaty was then rejected by some member states and then abandoned in its let's say more rhetorical constitutional formulation. Nonetheless, according to the most established constitutional scholarship in the EU, the constitutional character of the treaties and the fact that the EU has a constitution in some sense, and of course here, I mean, the matter is identifying in which sense we intend and we interpret the existence of a constitution, says that, I mean, the EU already had a constitution before the failure of the constitutional treaty and still has a constitution. And within this process, many national member states, constitution and Supreme Courts engaged with the talks around constitutional identity exactly when reviewing the treaty that should have adopted the constitution for Europe. So this was a ill-fated process for the adoption of that treaty, but it was an important moment in the dialogue between national courts and political actors as the preservation of national constitutional identities is concerned. As for the question, there will we have other attempts to adopt a similar constitutional treaty? I don't think that this will happen in the near future, but then I don't think even that it is a matter for lawyers trying to predict what the future will be. I don't think it will be a wise option to do that in the near future. Maybe the pandemic crisis changed some of the patterns regarding European talks, and but I don't think this will lead to an approval of a constitutional treaty.
Thank you very much, Pietro. Давайте дадим возможность.
Pietro, thank you very much. And if there are other questions, you can ask them through chat. And following our program, we move on. And I'll be happy to introduce our next speaker, Elena Gritsenko, professor of the Constitutional Court of the St. Petersburg University. Allow me to say a few words about Elena. Elena Gritsenko is a specialist on constitutional law, problems of federalism and local governance, a leading expert of the federal regional public authorities. Elena works with universities of Russia, China, Germany, and I'm quite sure that many of you are well familiar with her. Elena, you're welcome. Esteemed colleagues, Irina, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here today at the online forum. It's the second day that we have been traveling all around the world in the context of constitution. It's an exciting journey, and I would like to dedicate my presentation to constitutional identity within the framework of Russian federalism. I hope my presentation is on. Right. You can see it, right? Yes. Yeah, it's on. Right. I'm going to speak Russian, but my presentation is in English, just to make it a bit easier for you to take in the information. So in Russian literature, there are not that many disputes concerning the following. The specifics of Russian system as a federation to a great extent are associated with the national principle, with the ethnic principle. And this is a very serious factor redefining the all-Russian constitutional identity. But can we talk here about the national, cultural, and constitutional identity of the entities of the Russian Federation? It's a question, but the answer is not that easy and simple. Let's try to answer this question, referring to the analysis of the principles of the Russian Federation, the history of the development of these principles, and the signs of the statelyhood of different entities of the Russian Federation from the point of view of the federation on the one hand and the point of view of the entities on the other hand. Now, let's also look at the status of nations, of ethnic groups, and their self-determination and rights as the rights of the collective entities of the Russian Federation. Russia is one of those federative states, the emergence of which is associated with the tackling of the ethnic and national issue. And the ethnic principle in this or that form has been present at all the stages of the development of Russian federalism. At the first stage, which I demonstrate here in the slide, that is the development of the Russian Federation between 1918 and 1922, after the victory of the revolution and after the consolidation of the federative structure of the republic in the first constitution. It was mostly the Lenin's plan was being implemented, the Lenin's plans to resolve the national question. Following the compact settlement of different nations and ethnic groups with their right for self-determination. So within the federation, there were formed the autonomous areas and autonomous republics and labor communes, and then the autonomous regions. The Russian Federation was built as an asymmetric federation, and along with the areas of autonomy, there were still the traditional administrative units, which did not have the status of the entity. So not all the territory of the state was built of the autonomies. And in spite of the declaration of Russia being a federation, it was very conventional, realizing that the classical features of the federation was not in place. That was because the Soviet doctrine did not differ the autonomy and the federation. And so the autonomy was a type of federation. A very different principle was in place when the Federation of the Soviet Union was built, formed in 1922. From 1922 to the end of the 1980s, the Russian Federation was part of the USSR and was recognized to be one of the equal Soviet republics, formally with limited sovereignty and the right for secession. At the same time, the internal structure of the Russian Federation was retained, although the status of the autonomous entities was detailed and much more differentiated. It was, along with administrative autonomy, just autonomous areas and autonomous regions, there were political autonomies and autonomous republics as states. And the autonomous units of the Russian Federation were at the same time entities of the Soviet Union. And at the one of the chambers in the Council of the Nationalities had their representatives according to the quota prescribed by the Constitution. So there's in literature, this was all called as the principle of Matryoshka, the nesting doll. This particular principle of the federal structure is partially retained in the Russian Federation even now, particularly for the complexly built autonomous areas within which the autonomous areas are located. Now, at the end of the 1980s of the past century, the processes of democratization led to the weakening of the Communist Party role, to the strengthening of national movements, and they were very often focused on the obtaining of true sovereignty of the republics. That was a short period of time in our history, but it was indeed the transition period from the Soviet model to the present-day model of Russian federalism. Now, along with the fact that the Union Federation disintegrated, there were great changes concerning the territorial structure of Russia. The national principle was supplemented by the territorial one. The regions and the areas of federal importance acquired the status of the entities of the Russian Federation, along with the republics and the autonomous entities. Of constitutional importance was the federal agreement signed in 1992 on the 3rd of March. That was the legal basis of the new federation. Now, the present-day stage of Russian federalism starts with the adoption of the constitution, of the enactment of the constitution in 1993. And again, Russia turns into a constitutional federation compiled of different types of the entities of the federation. At the next slide, I tried to present to you this map of the federation. Here you can see republics based on the national principle, autonomous regions, autonomous areas, and the territorial principle gives us the cities, the areas, krais, and oblast regions. And in spite of the differences retained in the typology, the status, the equal status is recognized in the relationship between the federation and the entities. But the processes of disintegration, sovereignization continued up to the end of the 1990s, and very often are associated with what Yeltsin used to say at the time. He addressed the entities of the Russian Federation in those days, and he said, take as much sovereignty as you can swallow. Now, that period was marked by numerous agreements signed and defining the division of powers, the adoption of the Republic constitutions, which declared the sovereignty of the republics. Starting with the year 2000, we are facing the period of centralization. Until then, there had been the period of decentralization. Now, a very significant role in the development of the constitutional principles of federal system belongs to the Constitutional Court of the Russian Federation. In particular, of particular importance for the constraints for the process of federalization was the so-called Altai affair. Or case. That was the resolution of the Constitutional Court of June the year 2002, number 10P. In this ruling, the court expressed its view in the following wording: the Russian Constitution does not permit any other carrier of sovereignty or the source of power apart from the multinational people of Russia. So consequently, does not suppose there can be any other sovereignty apart from the sovereignty of the Russian Federation. Thus, if we describe the position of the federal authorities concerning constitutional autonomy and stateliness of all the entities of the Russian Federation, including republics, then here the Federation mostly denies them the right. Thus, there is no their own source of power within those entities. The source of power is just one, the multinational people of Russia. Thus, the republics cannot have their own source of power. They cannot have their citizenship. And as for the mentioning of the state as applied to the republics, it is considered to be a tribute to the tradition. And the constitutional autonomy of the republics is not available to the republics because their constitutions are derivatives of the Russian Federation constitution and can be tested for compliance with it by the Constitutional Court of the Russian Federation. As for the freedom in the creation of their own public bodies, this authority is also limited. The Federation believes it is possible it's possible to actually revocate their decisions concerning the establishment of their courts and their own constitutional courts and their own systems of executive power. And the head of the state is usually the head of the or a member of one of the major public bodies of the Russian Federation. At the same time, the republics in their constitutions can interpret their own constitutional status, their own stateness in a somewhat different way, and this is in spite of the trend for centralization of the federation. In the Republican constitutions, you will still find provisions concerning the their state, their status associated with the stateness. And I have provided you with some of the quotes from the constitutions. For example, in the constitution of Altai, it is said that the Altai Republic is based on its statehood as a natural, necessary, and legal condition. But in the constitution of Bashkortostan, the statehood is expressed through a whole set of different characteristics. We can find them listed here. They cover the public power, its independence, the territorial matters, the population, and certain other statehood principles, including the state bodies, the bodies of executive power, the symbols and language. And in other constitutions, you will find similar approaches. The Republic of Tatarstan and the Republic of Sakha are listed here. And the Republican constitutions pay special attention to the status of the people in the Republic. Sometimes they're multinational, multi-ethnic, but they indigenous ethnic groups are always specifically mentioned in these Republican constitutions. They are believed to be a source of power and a source of statehood, Republican statehood. I would like to draw your attention to the following.
И речь идет чаще всего либо о гражданах, проживающих на соответствующей территории, жителях, населении. Итак, обратимся к конкретным примерам конституционного регулирования статуса народов в республиках. Ну вот, в частности, в республике Татарстан, скажу для информации, что этот субъект федерации с населением почти 4 миллиона.
We can see that this is the entity with more than 4 million people, and there are two major population groups. These are Tatars, 53%, Russians, 32%, and the Constitution of the Republic states that the people of the Republic are a multinational people, and they're regarded as the bearer of sovereignty. And the preamble of the Constitution at the same time states not only the role of the multinational people of Tatarstan, but and the role of Tatar people as the founders of the Constitution. The next example is the Republic of Altai, which is a smaller constituency of the Russian Federation. The population is less than 221,000 people, with national composition as the following: Altaians 34%, Russians 55.7%. The Constitution of the Republic indicates the multinational people of the Republic of Altai as the founder of the Constitution, which is stated in the preamble, but it has a state-forming significance of indigenous Altai people, according to Article 76 of the Constitution. Another example is the Constitution of the Republic of Sakha. This is the largest entity of the Russian Federation, although the population is less than 1 million people, with diverse national composition. Yakuts amount to almost half, 48%, Russians 36.9%, and there are many indigenous small peoples or minority peoples living on the territory. And the Constitution of the Republic of Sakha states that the multinational people of the Republic of Sakha, Yakutia, is a source of power in the Republic, that acts as a founder of the Constitution, and the rights of the indigenous people of the Republic and indigenous minorities receive special guarantees according to the Constitution. If we compare the rights of the multinational people of the Republic of Sakha-Yakutia and the rights and guarantees of the indigenous people of the Republic, we can note that despite many similarities and intersections of these entities, the Yakut constitutional legislator still distinguishes between them. And this is what can be said about the rights of the multinational people of Yakutia. And these are the rights that can be determined, and you can view them on the slide. That's the right to self-determination, the right to respect and protection of the indigenous culture, customs, traditional way of life, national cultures, native languages, the right to natural resources as the basis of life and activities of the people of the Republic. Given the status of the state languages of the Republic, to the Russian language and the Sakha language, belonging to the territory of the Republic, to the multinational people, and the right to resolve the issue of changing the status and borders of the Republic by referendum. As for the rights of indigenous people and their guarantees, well, they are separately guaranteed with the above-mentioned right to respect and protection of traditions, culture, and customs. And please pay attention that the legislator pays a special attention to the subjects of the right. These are indigenous peoples, indigenous minorities, Russians, and other old-timers or long-term residents. And the rights and guarantees are linked to the right to own and use land and natural resources, ancestral lands. Then it is specially emphasized as such. A special value of the territory is the land of the indigenous location of Aboriginal people. As for the legislative information about the right of indigenous people and their traditional settlements. And by the way, the right of protection of historic and sanctuary places is also provided. In addition, there are also the right to additional measures to state social support, special social and medical programs, the right to protection from any form of forced assimilation and ethnocide, from encroachments on the ethnic identity, the right to use the indigenous language as official language in places where indigenous people live, then the right of the indigenous people of the Republic to create national administrative entities and bodies, and as well as the right to special forms of organization of local self-government, ethnic characteristics of the indigenous people. Thus, it can be stated that we can say that the emergence and national territorial development of the Republic as the entities of the Russian Federations are expressed or can be seen not only in their special national cultural identity, but also in the elements of their constitutional identity that are reflected in the constitutions of the republics. This is especially clearly expressed in the special rights and guarantees of the collective rights of the peoples of the republics, primarily in the cultural and linguistic spheres. The specific traits of the national composition of population, historical and cultural traditions in other entities of the Russian Federation, including territorial constituent entities of the Russian Federations, do not exclude, but on the contrary, might include the possibility of their reflection in the statutes of the constituent entities of the Russian Federation. But maybe so far this trend, this process hasn't been visible The constitutional identity of the constituted entities of the Russian Federation does not contradict the principle of equality of the constituted entities of the Russian Federation. Hence, it does not affect the essence elements of the constitutional status of the entities of the Russian Federation, but it's rather a reflection of the constitutional principle of admissibility of peculiarities of the status of certain entities of the Russian Federation. As for the constitutional amendments of 2020, they provide additional grounds for the recognition of national, cultural, and linguistic diversity as a constitutional value for the development of the cultural identity of all the peoples of the Russian Federation. In this respect, the article amended in 2020 provides additional guarantees to that. Thus, these are additional guarantees to the respective rights of indigenous people and other peoples in the entities of the Russian Federation, in particular the republics. It is worth noting that the updated text of the Republic Constitution includes the revisions on stain registers of the national heritage of the republics that are subject to special protection. For example, the draft of the amendments of the Constitution of Bashkortostan, the article on the preservation of the memory of ancestor establishes the formation of the state register of the national heritage of the Republic of Bashkortostan, which includes unique objects of spiritual, cultural, historical, and natural heritage. Thus, on one hand, a very important characteristic traits of the Constitution of the Russian Federation are the combination of the national and territorial principle of the Russian Federation, taking into account the cultural diversity and the national identity of the entities of the Russian Federation. But on the other hand, the accent on the very important features of the constitutional identity of the entities themselves might cause the conflict of constitutional identities within the framework of the federative state. And this all raises the question, isn't the concept of constitutional identity, which is developed by the state, opposed to the principles of constitutionalism, a problem for the state itself? Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. You provided a very comprehensive presentation about the special characteristics of the Russian federalism and of the constituent entities of the Russian Federation. I hope that there will be some questions following your presentation. I can see that there are certain remarks following your presentation. So I would like be the first one with a question. Is the right of the entities of the Russian Federation to make treaties with the federal center can it be considered the right to constitutional identity? How should the federal center react if nowadays, after the amendments of 2020, the entities have such an initiative and want to have their identity reflected in such treaties? So what is your appraisal and what is your view on this issue? Helena, thank you very much for this question. Well, I've asked this question myself many times, and how to appraise the perspective of the development of possible and contractual elements of the Russian federalism. Well, in essence, the Constitution allows to consider such a form of legal regulation, although the legislator according to our law and general principles of the authority in the constituent entities, has definitely limited the possibility of application of the treaty or contract as a form of regulation of relationship between federation and the constituent entities. But within this limitation, there is a certain possibility and certain ground for broad application of contractual forms, if, of course, there is a political will for such an approach. So far, I do not see any ground for the implementation of such political will, but there is a legal base for it. Can we link treaty and contractual relationship with the features of constitutional identity of the entities of the Russian Federation? Well, I wouldn't pose the question in such a way, because it might be rather the element of the new constitutional identity of the Russian Federation as such. So, thank you very much for your answer. And now I urge all the participants of the third session, if you have any questions to our Russian colleague, please, you're welcome. Well, unfortunately, we do not have much time. Of course, we want to listen to the presentation by our third speaker, Ren Xiron, from the University of China. This is the professor of Constitutional Law, the Faculty of Law of the University of Zilin, and the Counselor of the Popular Council of the Zilin. This is the expert who is at the same time a researcher and practical.
Shall I begin? Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Irina, for your introduction. And dear colleagues, it's my great pleasure to take part in this conference. And actually, I'm honored to have the opportunity to give a presentation in this big event. Today, I will talk, my topic is, okay, let my first to share my screen. Okay. Okay, my topic today is the Constitution's weak expression of equal protection, death compensation, and constitutional reflection of community in Chinese context. It's a long title. The reason is I want to make it more specific. Sometimes actually I ask myself if a constitutional identity a meaningful topic in China, since we have such strong national identity, cultural identity, and of course political identity. Do we really need constitutional identity to hold communities with different values or different interests unified? My answer is yes, even though we are still in a primary stage. I will take death compensation case as an example to discuss this topic. Since the middle of 19th century, China has been in transition. In more than 150 years, Chinese society has transformed from a Confucian feudal empire to a socialist market economy body. To some sociologists, this is a forced march to catch up with the world trend, a process of transformation that is superimposed, compound, and repeated. For the last 40 years, not only has China's economy grown by leaps and bounds, but also its culture has become increasingly diverse and its social structure increasingly complex. A community with consensus of values and common interests as its core elements is becoming more ambiguous or smaller in size. The maintenance of the political state increasingly requires a modern legal system capable of performing a better regulatory function rather than relying on morals, traditions, or customers. For this reason, the constitutional identity, which closely related to, but can be separated from cultural identity and national identity, has attracted more and more attention in the theoretical circle of China. The formation of constitutional identity is considered to help gaining at least the following goals, such as: one, forming state identity through constitutional identity, namely legalization of state identity. Two, replacing sovereign identity with constitutional identity and forming a legal community. Three, resolving value conflicts with constitutional consensus and form a stable national political structure. Four, strengthening state identity and the framework of one country, two institutions system through constitutional identity. I will not emphasize on how important constitutional identity is in building a modern democratic state, but focus on how the constitutional interpreter, which is a standing committee of National People's Congress in China, use constitutional identity, use constitutional text to solve a social conflict. Therefore, we can find out whether constitutional identity is properly separated from national identity and cultural identity. Whether is it just the projection of national identity and cultural identity in the legal system? What function can constitutional identity play in a society with strong national and cultural identity? Let's take a look on He Yuan case. It's also called Same Life with Different Prices case in China. On December 15, 2005, 3 girls lost their lives due to a car accident in southwest China. After the accident, 2 girls' families were compensated 200,000 yuan, and He Yuan's family was only compensated 80,000 yuan. The huge disparity in the amount of compensation was due to a judicial regulation issued by the Supreme People's Court in 2004. According to this regulation, the per capita disposable income of urban residents and the per capita net income of rural residents are taken as the standard for calculating the compensation for disability and the compensation for death, respectively. This is known in the folk as same life with different prices. Since He Yuan was registered as a rural resident and the per capita net income of rural residents was much lower than per capita disposable income of urban residents at that time, He Yuan's family got much lower compensation than the other 2 urban girls' family. This case raised widespread social criticizing about the unfairness of the civil compensation system in China. Of course, we cannot simply put unfairness on the system of compensation for personal injury because the death compensation is not the price of the value of life, but the compensation for the expected income of the deceased in the future and the compensation for the victim's heirs. Therefore, it's not appropriate to criticize the system of death compensation with same life, different prices simply. In fact, the difference in compensation amounts is mainly due to differences in individual income gaps and differences in the level of development in different regions in China. However, the huge differences in the compensation received by several people who lost their lives due to the same infringement will undoubtedly raise public doubts about the fairness of the system. To address this problem, the tort law passed in 2009 made new provisions. Article 17 states where the same tortious act causes multiple deaths, the same amount of death compensation may be applied to all of them. And the Civil Code of the People's Republic of China follows suit. And also in September 2019, the Supreme People's Court authorized the higher people's courts of all provinces to carry out a pilot project to unify compensation standards for personal injury in urban and rural areas. The death compensation case reflects the uneven development of Chinese society after the implementation of reform and open policy in 1978, especially the imbalance between urban and rural development caused by the urban-rural dual economic structure. The so-called China's urban-rural dual economic structure is mainly manifested as the urban economy is dominated by modern large industrial economy, while the rural economy is dominated by typical small peasant economy. The urban transportation, communication, health, and education infrastructure is developed, while the rural infrastructure is backward. The urban per capita consumption level is far higher than the rural area, etc. After more than 40 years reform and open policy, China is now in the midst of transformation. As for economic transformation, used to be a very poor country, China's GDP now ranks second in the world. As for social transformation, we can see it from the increase of the level of urbanization everywhere. And as for cultural transformation, used to be a single Confucian culture country. Now China is more or less a multicultural country. Confucian culture, Western culture, socialist culture, minority indigenous culture play their respective functions. As for political transformation, China has transformed from a feudal autocracy to a socialist democracy with Chinese characteristics. In general, economics pluralism and cultural pluralism has been becoming the new reality of modern China. And then a question must be raised, which is when national identity and cultural identity are weakened by pluralism, should legal identity, especially constitutional identity, play a greater role in maintaining community in China? I think it should, but the reality is discouraging. Let's take a closer look on how NPC-SC, which is a Standing Committee of National People's Congress, and it's the constitutional interpreter in China, deploy constitution to solve social conflict, such as the above mentioned death compensation case. We should start from the establishment of constitution and law community in 2018. In March 2018, National People's Congress passed the amendment of the Constitution of the People's Republic of China and renamed the National People's Congress Law Committee to the National People's Congress Constitution and Law Committee. As a special committee, the Constitution and Law Committee of the NPC undertakes the following responsibilities, such as promoting constitutional implementation, carrying out a constitutional interpretation, promoting constitutional review, and strengthening constitutional supervision, etc. The establishing of this committee is an important signal in China that the state attaches importance to the implementation of the Constitution and enhance the important status of the Constitution in the national governance system. With this as a background, citizens and organizations raise more requests of review, constitutional review than before. According to the 2020 work report, the NPCSC received more than 3,000 law requests for review from citizens and organizations. One of them is about same life with different prices. And Feng Shiming, it's another farmer from Anhui province in Chinese South China, raised a request to the NPCSC in 2018. He said the Constitution says everyone is equal before the law, so why should compensation be divided between city dwellers and farmers? He proposed the constitutional review of same life, different prices, and called for the compensation for personal injury to be same life with same prices. NPCSC released its review opinion in 2020 work report. It read like this. I will not read it word by word. But you can see the NPCSC focus on the legitimacy of the calculation standards of personal injury compensation for urban and rural residents on the background of social development. It took a historical and systematic interpretation of equal right clause. If we look at the logic, we will find the underlying logic. The request, the Feng Shiming's request is two standards don't match the Constitution's spirit of everyone is equal before the law, which is articulated in the Article 33 of the Constitution. And the answering opinion issued to the requester is the Supreme People's Court's judicial interpretation does not obviously conflict with the Constitution, but the existing problem should be improved. And the constitutional reasoning is in the report. It reads, in our review, we believe that with the development and progress of society and the integration of urban and rural development proposed by the state, the gap between urban and rural development and people's living standards will gradually narrow, and the differences in the calculation standards of personal injury compensation for urban and rural residents should also be abolished. And what we can see is the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress avoided the interpretation of the equal right clause in the Constitution, but instead analyzed the legitimacy of the system itself and concluded that it was time to abolish it. So the NPCSC obviously employs historical and systematic interpretation method instead of text interpretation or direct interpretation. It even didn't refer to Article 33 on the replying letter to Feng Shiming and on the work report. So the underlying logic is very clear. Is a system should be reformed, but it's reasonable on the background of the society. According to the above interpretation strategy, we can make the following judgments. First, although Chinese society is becoming more diversified, it still has a strong unified culture and national identity. Due to the homogeneity of culture, the constitutional interpreter has no strong internal motivation to construct an indispensable national identity through modern legal norms represented by the Constitution in the process of governance. Second, since the NPCSC is both the interpreter of the Constitution and the legislator, it's more willing to respond to the needs of social development through the positive way of institutional construction than to relieve the social pressure by the negative way of declaring the law unconstitutional. The former way does not need to deny themselves, but also has more room for discretion. Third, the NPCSC is strengthening national identity and cultural identity under the framework of the Constitution by means of systematic and historical interpretation, so that they cannot and need not be separated from the constitutional identity. Fourth, from another point of view, constitutional identity has become the reflection of national identity and cultural identity and lacks critical and normative power on reshaping national identity and culture identity. It can be concluded that the definition of equal protection in Chinese Constitution is not explained by the interpreter of the Constitution in the resolution of constitutional disputes, but in the legislative process and the systematic construction process. It can be said that the equal rights clause in the Constitution is only a weak expression of equality. And NPC, the highest organ of state power, is not used to setting the substantive and procedural elements of a fair social system through the interpretation of the equal rights protection clause in the Constitution. But anyway, change is underway. Constitutional identity, which cannot be separated from national identity and cultural identity, cannot effectively play the role of social stabilizer in fixing social conflicts. With the increasing diversification of the society, the views of limitation of public power, protection of human rights, and the construction of public institutions in the Constitution are increasingly playing the function of maintaining the community. In 1999, the People's Republic of China runs the country according to law and builds a socialist country, and the rule of law was written into the Constitution. The rapid development and improvement of the legal system reflects this trend and direction. I would like to say constitutional identity will gradually substitute national identity and cultural identity, becoming a new popularity in social sense in the near future in China. Thank you for your listening.
Благодарим вас, Рен-Цзюн.
Thank you very much, Reng-Xiran, for your interesting presentation. Well, you have a very impressive report, I would like to say, about the constitutional development of China, especially given the examples that you provided, how to solve the problem of inequality based on the principle of constitutional equality. Well, there are many interesting pieces of information. We would like to continue our discussion. Well, Unfortunately, we don't have much time for it because we have exceeded the limit, but still I will offer you the opportunity to ask your questions, and I also have certain questions. Well, I don't have any hands raised, so I'll be the first one to ask the question. Well, I will even have two questions related to you. So dear Engsteron, the first question is, well, it's quite clear from your presentation that the problem of inequality can be solved by the standing committee. It interprets the constitution, the Committee on Constitution and Legislature. What is your opinion? Should there be other amendments introduced into the constitution to guarantee the solution of this problem through the constitutional text? Well, this is my first question. Or is it enough to interpret these aspects by the committee? The second question is, does the China have possible constitutional reforms in the future?
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for your question. It's very profound. Actually, it's a hard question. Actually, China's system, as all you know, is special, and we do not have a judicial review system, but we have constitutional review. But the power of interpreting the constitution rests in the National People's Congress standing committee. So the NPCSC is a legislator of the highest legislator in China, but also the interpreter of the constitution, and also has a power to make a constitutional review on the local regulations or judicial regulations. So you can see National People's Congress a standing committee has all the powers, and you cannot separate them. So this is a problem. If you are the legislator, and you're also the you're also the reviewer of the regulation or the legislation, which way you will choose to decide it's constitutional or unconstitutional. As a legislator, the NPCSC rather like to choose to amend the regulation or the legislation than to make to declare it's unconstitutional. So when the National People's Congress interpret the equal protection clause, it didn't deny itself, because the law was made by itself. So it just said, yes, it's need to develop, to reform, but it was once reasonable on the background of the development of the society. But now time is changing, so let's change the system. This is the logic of the system. So that's why on the time being, I don't see the urgent to research on the constitutional identity, which can be separated from the national identity or the cultural identity, because the National People's Congress, the highest organ of the state, has no internal intention to solve this social conflict in these structures system. This is my first answer, my answer to the first question. And for the next question, okay, the constitution is always in the process of development. And now there are 52 amendments to the constitution already. and it will continue to make it more suitable to the development of China. But if you want to know if it will make dramatic development, I don't see the possibility, and even for the power of interpretation of the constitution may be in the time being cannot be changed to such as the judicial branch. It's based in the legislative branch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Благодарим вас, Рангтиронка. Очень
Thanks,
интересно.
Saran. Thank you very much for your presentation. Maybe there are some more questions on the floor. We are ready to yield time to you because you have the unique opportunity to cooperate and to ask questions. Maybe following this meeting and this session, we will continue having personal contact. It was a great pleasure to meet Petra Fargona and Ring Siron, and we've been working for a long time with her, Yelena Gritenko. I wish all you success, and I hope this is not the last time when we meet, and we will visit China, and I hope that we will visit Italy in terms of cooperation. So I wish all of you good health, success, and I hope to see you soon. So we finish the session, and we're going to see each other on new sessions and new platforms. Goodbye. Thank you so much.
Goodbye. Thank you for your sharing.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Semina. Glad that we could connect finally.
Yes, thank you. It took me some effort, but that's good. I managed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good to see you.
Саша, привет.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I see I see 3 speakers. So we are waiting for the one more. Gerhard, are you on the wire?
Yes. No. Hello, Professor Landa.
Good morning from Lima, Peru.
Helle, could you get in to Zoom? I see you later.
Yes, it worked very well. Thank you so much, Zach.
Perfect.
I had to leave for another meeting, so I had to come back into the room, and unfortunately that was during the break. So sorry for sending so many mails to you.
Okay, thank you. Good, good, good. So only, well, we have actually 2 minutes left.
Right. I think we have everybody in this panel now.
Yeah, now it is. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Simina Tănăsescu. I'm teaching constitutional law at the University of Bucharest, and I've recently become also a constitutional judge at the Constitutional Court of Romania. I have been invited just the day before yesterday to chair this panel, but I'm very glad that I was invited and I can do it, because it touches upon a topic that I'm really very interested, the more so since just 3 days ago, the Constitutional Court of Romania has issued a decision having something to do with the concept of constitutional identity. Now, this panel is supposed to deal with constructing constitutional identity. It is supposed to touch upon history, traditions, religion, language, matters relating to the legal culture, to the way in which we may envisage constitutional identity. There's no need to tell you that there seems to be a sort of a divide with regard to this concept on one side of the Atlantic. The legal scholarship deals with it in terms of history, traditions, religion, and so on. On the other side, in Europe, we seem to deal more with the idea of identity of a constitution more like in the terms of Lawrence Tribe. So I presume that the four discussants here will, the four people in this panel will cover the whole range of possibilities. I will simply invite the speakers in the order in which they have been presented in the program, not knowing exactly if there should be another order. Just let them, give them the floor, and then eventually we shall have a debate first among the panelists, and then maybe also with the other participants. So first of all, I will give the floor to Professor Han Daiyuan from Renmin University of China, who will present the concept of constitutional identity in China, contemporary issues and challenges. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's evening time here in Beijing. Thank you for Professor Elena introduction. I will share my PowerPoint. Okay. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, I can see it, and I think everyone else can see it.
Thank you. Yeah. I can't. At the moment, I can't.
I think we can see it, and even if it doesn't cover the entire screen, it's still okay.
Oh, yes. I don't know. That's mine. Can you see the PowerPoint? Okay, thank you. Yeah, my the topic is the points. First of all, I just introduced that the constitutional identity. This is the new concept in China. But how do translation to Chinese the words? What do you mean that? I like them just introduce some Chinese scholars' ideas. Secondly, I like just introduce that what challenges of the constitutional identity in China. That's big challenges, but how do we understanding the challenges of constitutional identity in China? Finally, I like introduce that future prospect of constitutional identity in China in the future. How do developing some constitutional identity issues? First, I like just to introduce that how to translation that the constitutional identity in China. We know that when we discuss about the constitutional identity, this concept that's started in 1990s and from in 2010s. I think that there is probably three key points. One is that from the perspective of the relationship between the national law and the supranational law, that's the similar some EU some situations. Second, from the theory of the constitutional amendment and the constitutional change, how to understanding the constitutional change in China. Many scholars believe that is social development constitutional what happened, some change, but what kind of change? How to understanding this change? Because sometimes we are look at a reality, that's some change, but some change that good policy change. Sometimes some change that maybe that's the good change. So how to separate good change and better change, or the hybrid change? So second key point maybe that how to understanding constitutional change. Third, maybe the perspective of its relationship with the identity of the communities. So Professor, my colleagues, Professor Ren Xilong, the mentioned about in China, there is maybe two concepts about culture identity and national identity, or communities, identity of the communities. That's how to understand that the identity of the communities. But the China scholars think about this concept sometimes that's maybe so clear. At least they have two problems. First, the problem that how to understanding constitutional identity. What is the contained? What the difference between the identity of the community or concept of the constitutional identity? Sometimes there is maybe so clear. Second is how to define the content and the scope of the constitutional identity. Scholars like so enjoy the use this the concept, but when I asked for so clear some defined, there is so different. There is ideas that. So how do the reasonable define the content and the scope of the constitutional identity? I think about this is a very complex some issues. So in China, there is a different idea. Next, I will introduce what is different ideas. For China scholars is that first issue is that how to translate constitutional identity into the Chinese. Sometimes I'm worried about the constitutional identity, that's the English or some from German language. But when I translate into the Chinese words, Chinese concept, there is a so diversity the concept. So how do we can find the Chinese concept? In here, I just for example, at least 6 Chinese similar concept. First is the translation to the 宪法统一性. Doesn't mean that the vertical history continuity of the country emphasize historic element. Just the Professor Ren Xilong mentioned about. When I was the emphasized or from the historic philosophy or some tradition, we maybe use the Chinese words 宪法统一性. Second is that translated into the constitutional characteristics. So 宪法特质, that means that every country has a different background about the social and the policy and the economy and the other elements. So we can respect every country's characteristics. In this case, we maybe use the some country have some characteristics. China Constitution have some characteristics. Third, translation maybe into the Chinese word is 宪法认同. The object of the identifications is that not necessary to contain that continuities of the constitutional character, so that social members making some consensus to understanding some constitutional law. So making the social consensus we call the 宪法认同. Other translated maybe in Chinese word is 宪法身份. This is emphasized every country have some identity. Every person, human beings have some kind of the identity. So when I call that some constitution have some identity. In Chinese, the words we can call the 宪法身份. But problem that sometimes that's easy to misunderstand. What is the means that? So easy to misunderstanding that. This is a problem. Other is that we use some words that constitutional consensus. I like it. I so enjoy the use the constitutional consensus. This in Chinese the words. That's I think that every social members understanding that we design the constitution, we respect the constitution, we so enjoy the constitution. That means that the constitutional consensus. This is the 5 some translates. Last translation maybe the 宪法正当性. That means that constitutional legitimacy. China scholars like the use the constitutional legitimacy, but I think that there's a difference the words or concept between the constitutional identity and the constitutional legitimacy. Legitimacy that's a special concept that's quite different between the identity and the legitimacy. So anyway, when I am talking about the constitutional identity, we need find some kind of words for China. The scholars, this is the really that's not easy. Really difficult working. We now is continue to working how to find Chinese people. So understanding some the constitutional identity. The basic views of the Chinese constitutional scholars, how do explanation this constitutional identity. Professor Ren Xilong is my colleagues, and in China, Professor Ren is so earlier introduced and researched the constitutional identity. In the Professor Ren is the speech, we find that Professor Ren so liked from the small case and explanation some the social some background. That's I think that very good the research method. The through case we can find social some kind the background and other social issues. So in China, the scholars, I think about 10 years ago, from India and from German and from the US, the beginning introduced the constitutional some identity. For example, Professor Du Qiang to learn some US constitutional law. So he 80 years ago and 7 years ago introduced the American the US scholars how to understand how to the explanation so constitutional identity. So he have some the background about the US constitutional law. Professor Liu Jianlong is the very young scholars. He enjoy the research Indian constitutional law. I think about them in China. Professor Liu Jianlong is the first scholars of the research the Indian constitutional translation the Indian constitutional text and introduced the Indian Supreme Court to some case, and he now is continue to writing some articles about the Indian new constitutional new developing and some case. So he is emphasized the Indian constitutional amendment and the Indian constitutional change. He pay attention that the constitution need a change, but how to change? There is a limited change or unlimited change. So he gave the new ideas about the Indian experience to Indian constitutional law and to new information very important some of the issues. Other professor at Beijing University Law School's Professor Chen Danghong is my good friend, but we have some different ideas. Chen is influenced by the theory of the Carl Smith, and he so enjoyed Smith some philosophies, some concept. So he published several articles and books. The point is that he said that constitutional one thing is normal, but one thing is constitutional must be into the political reality. So normal is the sometimes this is constitutional scholars' dream, but we have to face a very difficult the political reality. So he very emphasized political constitutionalism. That's similar some UK some philosophies. Anyway, in China, different scholars have some different independent ideas. So focus on the how to understanding, how to explanation constitutional identity in China, how to connecting the China culture, lets China people the understanding this concept. I think that this is a good research. Generally speaking, the constitutional identity in Chinese constitutional jurisprudence, including next several some contains or several some concept. First is that foundation of the rules. Constitutional law is the foundational rules, super rules. So every the members, including organizations, community parties, other companies, they must be respect the constitutional law, because China people strongly believe that constitutional is the state's foundational rules. This is I think about them first contains. Second contains that the core of the constitution. Constitution, there is a different norms, but how do you focus on the core of the constitution? So Chinese scholars, basically they believe that what is the core of the constitution? This is that states, public power must be respect and guarantee human rights. That means that the human rights, that is the core of the constitution of the China. Third, contains that basic principle of the democracy. So when I'm talking about constitutional identity, it is including the very important concept that says that the democracy. The principle of the democracy, this is China very important principle. So that how to developing the democracy under constitutional law. I think about this is the very important issue. Also China, the scholars now is very interesting these topics. Next is that constitutional power and sovereignties. How do you design the constitutional law text, and how do guarantee sovereignty. So China scholars recently there is the new research method. So that means that the connecting the constitutional power and the sovereignty philosophies. Sometimes this is unbalanced. So how do the maintain the balance between the constituent power and the sovereignty? What's the difference? The constitution power and the constitutional amendment legislate. There's a different powers, so that sometimes this is the separate. So how do the control the the powers, controlled by the constitutional law? I think what this is the new challenges. Other the contains is that that I mentioned about Professor Liu Jianlong and other some young scholars, they emphasize the constitutional amendment and the constitutional interpretation. Professor Ren just introduced that China is now going to design some kind of the judicial the review systems. That's the I think, but that is the similar UK and the similar some the France the constitutional committees, so that how do the we can developing a constitutional interpretation. We know that since the current 1980 Constitution, we amendment 5 the constitutional amendment. So China scholars say that we maybe so enjoy the amendment Constitution. We need developing, we need design the smart mechanism of what constitutional interpretation. So until today, China MPCSC have some constitutional interpretation power, but not that is the exercise. So in the future, how to go into making some mechanisms about the constitutional interpretation. I so enjoy that in constitutional interpretation. So this is one kind of the last one is that culture, identity, and the
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just to let you know, Professor, you have just 5 more minutes.
5 minutes, okay. I know that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, identity. Yeah. So that the culture, identity, and the national identity. So how do you contain? Sometimes how do that's as separate. So Professor Ren said that in China is that sometimes the cultural identity, the independence from national identity. But then sometimes we are worried about how do the separate. There is sometimes there is some middle areas. There is including culture and including national identity. Next day, what challenges? I think about the possible challenges that in the general, the idea of the constitutional identity probably hasn't big changed, significant after COVID-19. I can't find a big change, but then pandemic change everything. So we have to consider about what change. I think about the fundamental question is that why we need a constitution in China. During the pandemic, Chinese people so expect we need a constitution, we need a human rights, we need a privacy. One thing is that we need a government because the government take some measure to control the epidemic, but government sometimes have some big powers. The people are concerned about violate and people's privacy. We need a privacy, but during the pandemic, many people concerned about our privacy. So this is a thing about possible challenges. One thing need a government. One thing concerned about the government violates human rights. So future prospect of the constitutional identity in China. I like to just introduce that. First, China Constitution. This is the to learn the different countries the experience. So we need to respect cultural diversity, and we need to expect universal values of the Constitution, because the China Constitution from to learn the different countries' experience. Second, the future governance model of China. We experience the rule of law. We now experience rule by constitution. We are looking forward constitutional governance. Third is that the effectively enforcement of the constitution. Professor Ren just mentioned about in China, we have some so huge challenges, but the very important challenges that how to enforce the constitution, how to find effectively mechanism. Last one is that the human rights, this is a basic goal of the China, the constitutional identity. So in the future, how to more respect, how to guarantee human rights. Look at that. China is that we need a separation of the check power. We need some making the judicial independence. We need respect local self-governance. We need making the constitutional review. But anything is connecting the one philosophy, that is the human rights. So how do you protect human rights? I think about this is that in the future, very important. So conclusion that this is we need to working together, because China now is faced big challenges, especially in the human rights areas. For important issues that firstly is the national security and the human rights. How do keeping the balance? One thing is national security, one thing is human rights, the productions. Secondly, that technology development and the human rights dignity. Third, the LGBT rights and the human civilizations. Other is that promotion person with disability. Last one, I think about the very important issue is that culture, tradition, and the universal values of the human rights. We need to work together to promote the human rights, because in the post-COVID-19, all the human beings believe and expect international cooperation in human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, and sorry for compressing a bit your presentation. I forgot to mention in the beginning that every speaker would have like 30 minutes maybe, so we can have some time for a debate at the end of the presentations. And I hope we will be coming back a bit to your paper, because it was very interesting to see how you have moved around several concepts, many of them maybe not totally familiar for all of us who are reading on constitutional identities, such as legitimacy or consensus. It's a very interesting paper. Thank you very much. And just let me go immediately to the next speaker, Professor Cesar Landa, who's going to talk about the constitutional identity in Peru and the role of social values, national traditions, and religion. So again, a view from a cultural perspective, I presume, mixed with lots of legal elements. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Semina, and everybody. Good morning from Lima, Peru. Despite the lack of consent regarding the exact extent of what the term constitutional identity encompasses, we can establish that on its simplest meaning, the term refers to the identity of the Constitution in a rule of law. From a formal perspective, the term implies that the constitutional identity is made up from the written norms unruling principles of the Constitution. However, a merely formal understanding of the term ignores that the Constitution is more than a written piece of paper. It denies that the Constitution is alive and constantly changing, not only through a process of constitutional reform, but by the application of constitutional norms to everyday problems through case rulings. As established Professor Konrad Hesse, constitutional matters are not primarily legal issues, but power issues instead. As the real constitution of a country is made up of the relation between the social, political, and economic power. Hence, the understanding of the constitutional identity has to take into consideration its mutual relation to the culture of the country, both by being influenced through the different identities and ideals and by establishing the legal framework for the recognition of and protection of cultures. In this way, I want to submit the role of the social values, national tradition, and the impact in the religion in the constructing of a constitutional identity. Social values. Although the recognition of the formal identity of the Constitution serves its purpose to understand the possible needs for constitutional reform, it is through an active understanding of the Constitution and its relation to the national identities that an understanding of the real Constitution can arise in the Peruvian Constitution. Is clear when the Article 2 said, every person has the right to life, to his identity, to his moral, psychological, and physical integrity, and for his free development and well-being. Therefore, it is considered that the right to an identity is framed within the right to dignity. This concept is complemented by Article 2, which established that no one may be discriminated against on basis of origin, race, sex, language, religion, opinion, economic status, or any other kind. In addition, the fourth final and transitory provision of the Constitution established that the norm related to the rights and freedoms recognized by the Constitution are interpreted in accordance with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and with the international treaty and agreement on the some matter ratified by Peru. From the aforementioned article, it can be observed that the constituent choice to give constitutional recognition to the right to an identity, which in turn is brought in order to accept interpretation that add and develop new rights and interpretation of the rights to an identity for the different groups and population. This idea is particularly relevant for multinational and multicultural countries such as Peru, pluricultural, pluriethnic, multilingual country that gives rise to various nations and or nationalities that have not been integrated into a national unit that would give rise to a national identity, with 8 natural regions varying from desert coast to the Andean highlands and the Amazonian forest, and 84 zones of living out of the 104 existing. The one constant in Peru is heterodiversity of its population. Regardless of this, hence the Article 2, paragraph 19, established that every person has the right to, quotation marks, its cultural and ethnic identity. The state recognizes and protects the ethnic and cultural plurality of the nation, and every Peruvian has the right to use its own language in front to any authority with the presence of an interpreter, and foreign have the same right when they are called by the authority. Close quotation mark. These ideas were developed in the sentence emitted by the Constitutional Court in 2008, where the unrestricted production of coca leaves by regional power governments was analyzed. The decision defined the relation between cultural and ethnic identity. The cultural referring to the identity of the social group and its cultural expression, whilst ethnic identity refers to the characteristics that are prevalent for the ones belonging to a group and how they are served to distinguish the group from other. This ethnic identity is a support of the national tradition. Thus, the cultural identity works as an element that promotes the integration of the society in the framework of a democratic and constitutional state that professes pluralism. As one hand, the cultural production produced by a population can evoke the feeling of united needed for national cohesion. Hence, one of the reasons of the state has the duty to protect the culture of its population. Moreover, as Professor Peter Heberle said, the constitutional texts are cultural crystallization of the existing debates and ideas regarding different matters to the society. Hence, the constitutional text needs to implement the protection and recognition of the different cultures existing in a country. As such, the Constitutional Court ruled in favor of the protection of a native community, the Three Islands, in 2011, whose rights were being systematically violated by mining extractor in the jungle, stating that, open quotation mark, the court must be attentive to the referred context in order to rethink legal categories and rights from a multicultural perspective, close quotation marks. Hence, the court established that the judge had the task of carrying out an open cultural approach that is governed by the constitutional mandates and principles, but adapting it to the worldwide of the communities and the protection of the cultural and ethnic identities. One of the most significant recognition of different cultures through the constitutional norm is the legal recognition of indigenous community. In example, they are considered as legal person. Under this premise, the Peruvian constitution also recognized the jurisdictional function of the indigenous communities within their territorial scope. We can affirm that currently there is a legal system based on Western civil law, inherited from the Roman Germanic tradition, and an existing diverse legal system developed by the indigenous culture living in Peru. However, it was recently with the Constitution of 1993 that the existence of the different legal system is officially recognized through Article 89, which legally recognized the existence of the indigenous communities, and Article 149, which established a jurisdictional autonomy. In the same way, this jurisdictional power must be in accordance with their customary law and always respecting fundamental rights as a constitutional limit. This power is linked to the recognition of the cultural constitution, which, according to the Constitutional Court, resolved around cultural as a fundamental right related to the right of freedom and the fundamental role of the state in the cultural life of the society. The recognition of different jurisdictions is limited to the fundamental rights established in the constitutional norm and through the applicable international norms. Likewise, the identification and recognition of indigenous and native people is a competence of the central government and cannot be addressed by local governments without prior permission, said the Constitutional Court. Although the recognition of the indigenous jurisdiction represents progress for the recognition of the cultural and ethnic identities, the recognition of more than one legal system has generated friction between them. For example, whether to apply indigenous jurisdiction or to resort to ordinary jurisdiction in criminal matters to judge crimes committed in areas controlled by the indigenous jurisdiction. For this reason, the judicial power in 2009 established a plenary agreement to delimit in which case the communal jurisdiction can to be used. The agreement established 5 elements that must be present in order to accept the recourse to the indigenous jurisdiction. 1, human element. There must be a group differentiated by its ethnic or cultural origin and by the persistence of its cultural identity. 2, organic element. There must be authorities that exercise a function of social control in their communities. 3, normative elements. There must be a legal system of customary law that include traditional, material, and procedural norms. 4, geographic element. The jurisdictional function are issued within the territorial scope of the respective indigenous people. 5, congruence factor. The customary law to be applied by the indigenous people cannot violate the fundamental rights of the individual rights. The protection of different identities is also manifested by the regional autonomy that the Constitution recognized as established that Peru is both a unitary and decentralized state. Moreover, it is a constant process that continues to be debated, especially in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has had the effect of shining a light on the issues with the establishment of regional and local government. Despite this, regarding autonomy, it is necessary to emphasize that the concept of autonomy of the Andean and Amazonian communities is different from the concept of the self-determination. The latter is related to the concept of the state in the sense of sovereignty and cessation, while the former corresponds to collective entities that have broad freedom in their action but are recognized as part of the same state. In this way, the Andean and Amazonian indigenous people have acted as a small state. They have identified a territory, a population, their own social, economic, and political organization, their own authorities, and their own conflict resolution mechanism. This has not meant that this community have pretended to proclaim themselves as a state, except in the discourse of a small group of movement. Taking into account this panorama, the Constitution recognized the Andean and Amazonian indigenous a broad autonomy that make self-determination unnecessary. Thus, the Constitution recognized the following levels of autonomy: organizational autonomy, autonomy in communal work, autonomy in the use of the use and free disposal of their lands, economic autonomy, and administrative autonomy. In this way, the last part is the role of the region. As at the beginning of the history of the Republic 200 years ago, the Constitution was conceived from a Republican vision as a constitution of values and liberties of men, individually and collectively, considering that it was conceived against the authoritarian monarchy order of the Spanish time. As of the 20th century, this axis of our constitutional state is liberal and secular, since it does not adopt a specific philosophical, religious or moral conception as compared to the 19th century. Although the utilitarian liberal thinking of the 19th century is reflected into the limits of personal freedom, such as public order, morality, or national security. The Constitution takes position for the neutrality of the state in religion since 1915. Thus, the presumption is secularism, but in practice, it is a multi-faith state because it recognizes the historical value of Catholicism and the practice of the other religions. Article 2.3 of the Magna Carta recognized the freedom of conscience and religion. In addition, established that the public exercise of all confession is free, as long as it does not offend moral or alter or public order. Therefore, there is no religion that limits the exercise of the fundamental rights of citizens. The position of the Peruvian state with respect to religion is set forth in Article 2, Paragraph 2, which recognizes freedom of worship, establishing that discrimination on religion grounds is not permitted. Therefore, although on the one hand, the Peruvian state accepts different religion creeds, Article 15 established that within a regime of independence and autonomy, the state recognized the Catholic Church as an important element in the historical, cultural, and moral formation of Peru and lends its collaboration, evidencing the relationship of preference given to the Catholic religion based on historical influence of the Catholic Church in Peru is recognized in the Constitution. The symbolic relation between religious identity and the constitutional identity can be most clear in the case of the Lord of Miracles. It's a decision of the Constitutional Court 2013. The Lord of Miracles refers of the purple Christ, the image of Jesus Christ that was painted in a church more than 300 years ago in the colonial age, and due its survival to time and different, it is believed to a sacred image. Although the celebration of the Lord of Miracles started as a celebration carried on by the Afro-Peruvian population that came with the Spanish like slaves, today the cult of the Lord of Miracles is one, if not the most widespread religion celebration in Peru, while still retaining a strong connection and link to the Afro-Peruvian population. Hence, when the demand against the law that intended to make the Lord of Miracle the spiritual leader guide of the state of the country, alleging that it inflicted the right of religion freedom to those who do not profess the Catholic religion. As such, the Constitutional Court had to take into consideration not only what the written Constitution states about religion freedom, but also the historical and cultural relevance that the Lord of Miracles represent for the widespread majority of Peruvians who celebrate the image for the entire month of October. As it has been explained through this text, the diversity of identity in Peru has resulted in a clash of cultures and social values. Most recently, the Constitutional Court has to emit a decision on the demand imposed by defenders of animals' rights against bullfights, rooster fights, and all of these are inheritance from the Hispanic period of Peruvian history. In this case, the court recognized that these activities are based on fundamental rights, freedom of artist creation, participation in the cultural life of the nation, and cultural identity. Hence, the court ruled in favor of maintaining the protection given the Minister of Culture to this practice. This decision was not united, was the majority of the judges, but very conflicted in the society. Peruvian legislation has received also inspiration from various sources, and in particular in the recognition of different groups in situations of vulnerability. Specifically, this can be observed in the case of the right of human, indigenous people, and LGBTB communities. In this case of women's rights, the major source of inspiration in national law comes from the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action 1995. Within the framework of the United Nations Organization, the Beijing Declaration, whose objective is the empowerment of women and the promotion of gender equality, has influenced the development of Peruvian legislation and promotion of public policy. An example of this is the amendment of an Act in 1997, Law on Protection Against Family Violence, which include precautory measures for victims of family violence, which in turn have been developed and extended in the new Act a few years ago, allowed to prevent, punish, and eradicate violence against women and family members. The legal development of human rights include the jurisprudential development to the use of the emergency of oral contraceptive, the pill of the after day. The Cardinal of Peru of the Catholic Church rejected it, and the majority of the Constitutional Court judge followed him. But in 2019, in a decision of the judicial power, issued a judgment declaring lawsuit filed against the Ministry of Health to be well-founded, thereby authorizing the Ministry of Health to distribute free the pill of after day. The relevance of this case is that incorporate the theory of the anidation as a key point to sustain that it's not an abortion pill, this being one of the international standards set by the International Human Rights Court in the case Artapia Murillo versus Costa Rica. In this case of the rights of the indigenous community, although Peruvian law has developed through jurisprudence, a basic document for the recognition of rights has been Agreement 169 of the International Labour Organization. This agreement was signed in 1993 and subsequently ratified, and its objective is to promote equality and respect for native communities. An example of this is the law of the right to prior consultation of indigenous people. Among the adaptation made to the national legislation in the modification of the criteria for the recognition of the indigenous people with its own religiosity. Finally, the LGTB community has benefited also from the incorporation of criteria developed by the International American Human Rights Court. Last year, the Third Transitory Constitutional Court of Peru issued a ruling ordering to allow a transsexual and intersex person to change their name and sex. This ruling incorporates the criteria developed by the advisory opinion of the International Human Rights Court about gender identity and equality and no discrimination to the same-sex couple. Finally, in conclusion, constitutions are meant to organize society and represent the desire of the population. They are meant to be a unifying document that represents the plural nation by unifying the different voices of society. However, in practice, constitutions are not always drafted, including the will of the population. As such, they may fail to represent the diversity of a country. Moreover, it is not possible for the constituent to predict every possible challenge that may arise, despite the fact that the Constitution is meant to allow space for the future debates to operate inside its framework. The close nature of language imposes its own barriers. Hence, in the same manner that the identity of the population may change through time as new choices arise, the identity of the Constitution is meant to change over time. The relationship between the identity of the population and the constitutional identity is meant to be a symbolic one, where the Constitution adapted to change by having its operator interpreted its written norms and applicable principles to the new challenge that a diverse society represents, moving from a stale constitution into a living constitution, whilst in turn society as a whole benefits from the recognition and protection that a real constitution creates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Landa, and thank you for keeping with the time, but sorry for what I felt it was a somewhat grim conclusion. You just told us that in practice, constitutions are not always drafted as to include the various identities that the population may have, and indeed you have just shown us how a pluralist society has dealt with its pluralistic features, mainly from the perspective of the Constitutional Court of Peru. I think we're perfectly on time right now. I will just, we have 5 minutes in advance, but I'm very glad for that because I presume that we may have a debate after in the end. I don't have the title of our next speaker, but I know that she's Alexandra Trotskaya from the Lomonosov University. And I think she's going to share with us her screen. Please.
Thank you. I'm going to share my presentation. So that's it. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizers. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be at this conference at St. Petersburg University, at least virtually, and present my topic here. In my report, I would like to discuss some more general issues or rather assumptions, but I'll tie them to Russia a little, and you'll see that they carry a shadow of some domestic concerns. I must say that I first learned the category of constitutional identity about 10 years ago. It was a summer school in Budapest at the European University, and Renato Uitz was our amazing teacher, and there were very many other remarkable guest speakers. And it was at the time of the new Hungarian constitution adoption. So there was so much constitutional identity around us that we could have had even a little less. And since then, I have seen many books and papers and judgments, but still, I must confess that the basic idea of constitutional identity was not quite clear to me. In our legal system and legal science, we are almost idiosyncratic about definitions. So one of the questions for me, what does constitutional identity really mean? How we can understand it, how we can find and use it. That's why I start with the basic hypothesis that constitutional identity means something can be found in a constitution and can be used normatively by constitutional judges, for example. But these hypotheses require verification. So if I understand correctly, identity was originally used in psychology, and identity means stability of the selfhood. And I'm not sure if this definition clarifies a lot for me, indeed. But at least I understand that the identity is not an initial physical feature, but a relation to certain values, the result of the process of juxtaposition, the result of the process of identification. And to be honest, and I'll say it in a whisper, because I'm not in trend maybe, but still I have the impression that identity is applicable to individuals only because it's the result of the working of consciousness. Let me come back to the first slide. Here you can see the result of my identification. This is Moscow University, and my colleagues know that I have had this picture on my slides for a long time. And you can see that when I participate in a conference, I do not ask myself the question, how do I look, how old am I, and so on. I am my job, and perhaps my vanity that I work at this beautiful university. Plus, here is my name, my email. That is, you see my stability and my uniqueness. This is how identity works. And when we transfer this term to the political community, especially to the constitution that functions in the political community, we are losing the proper subject, I guess. Constitutional identity is a metaphor. In a sense, it's what we think of it. And we begin to attribute values to it. And there is a difficulty. Where do we find the constitutional identity of a particular state? And why do we know that this is its constitutional identity? So the first possibility is that identity can be found directly in the constitutional text, in its preamble, chapters on foundations of constitutional order or on human rights, in eternal clauses or super rigid provisions. And once again, in a whisper, I'm not quite sure why we cannot call it constitutional values or principles or commitments. So there is a hint here that identity is more than a constitutional text. Well, I mean that it's a strong legal position for the first glance to have identity in the constitutional text, but constitutional identity cannot be just black letter. In fact, we assume that the founding fathers have elaborated the constitutional text already considering the aspirations of a particular society, but is it always true? And there is also a doctrine of a living tree of constitution. So what is the identity, a text or its development? So the second possibility, as I can see, is that the constitutional identity is the result of interaction of constitutional provisions with the society, and it's quite logical. If in psychology, personal identity is the result of communication of the inner self with the environment, then we can imagine the same about the constitutional identity. And this is more of a sociological approach, I would say, but this is the place for another difficulty. Can we say that constitutional identity is at once the source and the result of constitutional practice or interpretation or something like that? If it's the source, then we have to know its essence, its content. If it's the result, then we must be able not to lose our identity because of constant changes in our interpretation. For example, in the Russian Constitution, there was an amendment about belief in God. And the same time, in the first chapters, there was and still remains the principle of a secular state without mentioning the God. And the Russian Constitutional Court said that there is no contradiction between these ideas. So how do we understand the identity point here, the amendment and its interpretation? Can we say that we had one identity in 1993 and in 2020 the identity is different? Or do we want to say that we have always believed in God and the previous text of the Constitution did not enshrine this and it was a mistake and now we finally fixed it? So I can see that we can use the constitutional identity as a framework for the description of reality, but causal links between different phenomena, between constitutional text and its interpretation as a consequence of a kind of identity, they are not obvious. And it's even more difficult to have this concept as a normative one. And there is another difficult question. When we create and interpret the Constitution, what factors influence this? Well, this is not very difficult question. We can easily imagine these factors, but what is the role of each of them? For example, I'm not ready to deny the role of historical experience and traditions, but if our identity is reduced only to traditions, then what will be the development? And if we fix aspirations for the future that are alien to us, then they will remain a fiction. So we have to take into consideration both, but this is easier said than done. Finally, an important problem, how to draw the line between the constitutional identity of the political community and the position of specific actors. Especially if we have already decided that identity is not only the text of the Constitution, it's also constitutional interpretation or culture or something else more than text. I will not dwell in detail on the problems of the amendments to the Russian Constitution in 2020. A separate session will be devoted to this, but we all know some significant aspects of the reform, including the story about the third term of the presidency. I think everyone here knows that the Colombian Constitutional Court ruled in his time this idea as an unconstitutional amendment, like a replacement of constitutional and not correct amendment. And the idea of mutual control of different branches was at the center of its reasoning. And you can see on the slide one of the arguments of the Constitutional Court of Russia. In his opinion, periodic elections are enough to preserve democracy. And in chapters about foundations of constitutional order and in chapter about human rights, there are no provisions that could refute the possibility to zero out presidential terms. So that was the decision. And of course, there are some principles in both constitutions which look quite similar. I mean, principles of democracy, popular sovereignty, separation of powers, and so on. Moreover, if we put the issue in a broader context, we will see that in our history, there were some periods that could lead to the desire to set clear limits for the executive branch. But we see that in Russia, this didn't happen quite like that. So are these nice principles part of the constitutional identity, in fact, or were they uncritically borrowed and they couldn't work? What is their identity, really? Is it the separation of powers principle, or strong presidency principle, or same president principle? We have here some difficulties. Now I just leave aside that constitutional review was borrowed in the Russian Federation, and constitutional review of constitutional amendments was borrowed too, and yet the result was somewhat unexpected for me, at least. to conclude, I can say that my hypotheses were confirmed, but only partially. We can deconstruct the category of constitutional identity if we want, but we can also keep it. We can say that we find constitutional identity in the Constitution, so it's not enough to say only to the text. We can see that personal identity can motivate actions. And if we extrapolate this idea to constitutional law, we can guess that one can rely on constitutional identity in resolving conflicts. But to integrate all these ideas and to have not only descriptive, but also prescriptive meaning of identity, which is not in the text only, we must imagine what our identity looks like before we resolve a special conflict, a special dispute. Because if we define the essence of constitutional identity at the very moment of decision making, we risk manipulating rather than defending our identity. And to paraphrase the famous quote from the movie The Godfather, individuals can be careless, but not judges. The identity of individuals develops as they live, but development of constitutional identity is a more complicated story. Adjusting constitutional identity to narrow political tasks, it's not why this category came into constitutional law, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Trotskaya, for this very interesting presentation where you actually questioned the very concept of constitutional identity, which I find very interesting. Of course, it is done from a specific perspective, but it is a very nice way of questioning it, and a very interesting one, which makes a very nice bridge also to the next presentation, because I was just saying in the beginning, there are two broad perspectives on this topic. One is related to what you have just questioned here, the subjective approach. How do we look at it and how do we imagine it? Can it be just for the past, or do we have to put in there also goes for the future? Does it refer to, can it be a source or a result of the practice? A very nice take on that. Or we can look at the constitutional identity from a more, let's say, objective, or at least from a normative perspective. That would be the identity of a constitution. Now, that is also to be debated, but still, I find it very nice that you have allowed us to do this passage to the next speaker, who is Professor Gerhard van der Schiff. And let me find the paper, and who's going to talk about the relationship between national and constitutional identity in the European Union framework, which is, as I said initially, something that I'm specifically very interested on. The Romanian Constitutional Court just had a case related to this topic, so I'm even more eager to listen to Professor van der Schiff. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the organizers, to the the Association of Constitutional Law and the University of St. Petersburg for organizing this and for hosting us. Right, well, I submitted a text, so I'll try to stick to my text, and if I depart from the text, I'll also tell you where I depart from the text for the interpretation, right, or the translation. My focus will fall on the relationship between national identity and constitutional identity in the EU, as was just mentioned. Now, what I say might be applicable to other systems or multi-level systems, but my focus is on the European Union. The starting point of my analysis is Article 4 2 or sub-article 2 on the treaty of the Treaty on European Union, the TEU. Now, this provision reads in part that the Union shall respect the equality of member states before the treaties, as well as their national identities, inherent in their fundamental structures, political and constitutional, inclusive of regional and local self-government. This provision is generally considered to have become enforceable after the Lisbon Treaty, it also of 2009. Since the Maastricht Treaty of 1992, the European treaties have had similar identity provisions, although they have been considered not to be judicially enforceable, not in a direct manner, but as we heard in previous discussions and previous panels, that elements of identity were protected in judgments before the identity provision as such became enforceable. Right, now my question is, what does this provision, Article 4.2 of the Treaty on European Union, protect? It speaks of national identities, while the treaties are and have been silent on the term constitutional identity. Is the legal duty to protect national identity the same as respecting constitutional identity? Are these identities similar or different in EU law? Now, I will start by explaining what I think the term national identity in Article 4.2 TEU is not. Article 4 TEU is not intended to protect national identity as such. What do I mean by this? Its direct focus is not to protect cultural aspects, ethnic aspects, linguistic aspects, religious aspects, or a particular national heritage. I tried to find the most broad definition of national identity that I could. It is also not intended to protect the concept of the nation as such. It is also not intended to protect the nation for the sake of the individuals belonging to it. Some theories say that we protect national identity not for the sake of the nation, but for the sake of the people belonging to the nation, because we can distribute various liberal goods in a national context. I don't think it protects national identity in that sense either. National identity as described here may overlap with constitutional identity, but Article 4 TEU does not protect these elements in a first order sense. It protects constitutional identity in a first order sense. Now, this is what national identity in this provision is not. Now, how will I proceed? My further questions are, why do I think that the focus falls on constitutional identity in Article 4 TEU? Then I'll look at what does constitutional identity entail? And thirdly, why is constitutional identity important? Right, now let's look, or let me turn to my first question. Why is the focus of Article 4 TEU one of constitutional identity? Well, I think various reasons and arguments can be advanced. Firstly, the term constitutional identity has been used by advocates general of the European Court of Justice in their opinions in relation to the current or previous identity provisions in the treaties. For instance, Advocate General Maduro in 2008 in the Mikaniki case referred to constitutional identity, where he explained that among the national authorities, constitutional courts play an important role in determining the constitutional identities of their states. Also, case law shows, for instance, the European Court of Justice, the ECJ, protecting national language, but then in a constitutional sense, as a constitutional expression. Now, you might say, looking at Advocate General Maduro's reference to identity, he said, national identity includes constitutional identity. So you might say, well, there is also room to protect something else than constitutional identity. Well, to that, I would say that it is not necessary to protect national identity, understood as cultural or linguistic identity or artistic heritage, by means of Article 4 TEU. Other treaty provisions serve this function, such as Article 3, Sub-Article 3 TEU, or Article 22 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which protect cultural and linguistic diversity. Also, there are functional grounds for believing that the provision is aimed, so for TEU, that it is aimed at constitutional questions as such. Why? Well, the failed draft constitutional treaty of 2005, which was also mentioned yesterday, and I think this morning, would have included a primacy clause, meaning that EU law prevails over countervailing member state laws, thereby codifying the case law of the ECJ on primacy. As part of this codified equation, Article 4 TEU would have ensured that the national identities, and I use this in inverted commas because I quote from the article, of the member states would have been respected by EU law. So when we look at this primacy clause that would have been included and the identity clause that we still have in the current treaties, we see a constitutional balance or compact being struck between the EU level and the member state level. On the one hand, EU law prevails in a constitutional sense, while it must respect the constitutional qualities of the member states on the other. The draft treaty failed, but the identity clause remained, and the ECJ case law on primacy is now only referred to in a declaration annexed to the treaties, but it is still very much a constitutional feature of everyday EU law. So I still see this constitutional balance or compact, and on the one hand, we have constitutional identity, and on the other hand, we have the primacy clause when it comes to EU law. A further reason linked to the constitutional balance just mentioned is the notion of multi-level governance. This concept has to be understood in a deeply constitutional sense, as a mechanism regulating the functioning and compatibility of possibly competing laws of the EU and its member states. So it has a constitutional application, the notion of multi-level governance. Against this background, it makes sense to understand Article 4 TEU as protecting constitutional identity, and not as an expression of a multinational compact, but as expressive of multi-level governance and constitutionalism. In other words, a multi-constitutional compact. Another reason. Proponents of the view that Article 4 TEU protects national identity and not constitutional identity in a first order sense argue that a focus on constitutional identity can lead to old arguments based on state sovereignty. They say that old sovereignty arguments which do not fit the supranational reality of the EU and which can damage integration and cooperation can return if we focus on constitutional identity. Now, two interrelated responses are possible to this view. Firstly, just as the notion of constitutional identity can lead to old arguments of state sovereignty resurfacing, so can an emphasis on national identity lead to narrow or ethnic nationalism from resurfacing, which could also question EU law, rule of law, or EU rule of law values. In other words, and this is my second point in this respect, the term itself is not the issue, but how it is interpreted and used is the issue. In other words, there are no inherent reasons why Article 4 TEU should not be read as guaranteeing constitutional identity. Another point, and here I diverge a bit more from the text that I supplied. The notion of identity presupposes self-conception, and it is deeply personal. When it comes to the member states of the EU, it would mean that in principle, each state should determine its own identity. Okay. Now, some states may define the basis of their participation in the European project in national identity terms, but not all states might do so. If we then say that Article 4 TEU is devised to protect national identity, and a state does not conceptualize its participation in national identity terms, we exclude the terms of its protection, or rather the terms of its participation. Some states might end up mattering more than others, while we read that all states are equal. But all states do possess a constitutional order. And it is then up to that state if it interprets its constitutional order and its constitutional interpretation in national identity terms or not. So in that sense, we have a functional ground for participation and a level playing field, a constitutional playing field. Also, why would fundamental constitutional elements not be protected by Article 4 TEU if such elements were not expressive of a particular national identity? Well, that pretty much summarizes what I just said. Why would a constitution only matter if it reflects national identity? So I think they are very functional, very practical, but at the same time, very important reasons for saying that national identities in Article 4 TEU should be understood as constitutional identities. So we can conclude, I hope, based on these arguments, that Article 4 TEU means national identity, not national identity, or mentions national identity, but it protects constitutional identity in a first order sense. Now, the next general question, as identified at the beginning of my presentation, is what do we mean by constitutional identity in the European Union? In order for the term to function in the multi-level reality of the EU, it must be understood in a broad sense, namely as protecting the fundamental elements or core features of a constitutional order as expressive of its individuality. By individuality, we mean how an order conceptualizes itself. But how and when does an order recognize itself in a fundamental manner? It is important to note that individuality does not imply exclusivity, but self-recognition and definition, which may or may not overlap with other orders. So individuality, yes, but that doesn't need to mean exclusivity. Also, constitutional identity is not so much a normative concept, but a descriptive one in this setting. It is not what an order should look like, but what does it look like to itself? And importantly, this can obviously include a constitutional narrative which incorporates or refers to national identity. Constitutional identity can be a reflection of national identity, but it is not necessary. From the perspective of the European Union, from the EU level, the main question is what belongs to a member state's constitutional identity, and when must it be respected in terms of Article 4 TEU. Now, such respect must be mindful of what may be termed the constitutional identity of the EU itself. In other words, respecting member state identity must not be at the cost of EU identity. Now, yesterday, in one of the panels that I attended, there was some reference to the concept of EU constitutional identity. And I'm always surprised at how very little research there is about the concept of EU constitutional identity. We talk about national identity, we talk about constitutional identity, but does the EU level as a legal order, does it have an identity? Does it have a constitutional identity? There is some writing on it, but not a lot. And some people also say, well, there is no EU constitutional identity. It is not possible. Yet, some people say. Well, I think that there is an EU constitutional identity, and I think that we should also use that as a benchmark in deciding to what extent national constitutional identity, member state constitutional identity can be respected. Just very briefly, what do I think is included in this EU constitutional identity? Very briefly, this latter identity is understood, to my mind, as the ability of the EU to function autonomously through time. In other words, its diachronic identity, and its ability to protect the core values embodied by its common citizenship and which can be relayed to the core values in Article 2 TEU. its synchronic identity. In other words, yes, there is an EU identity. One element is its autonomy. Primacy is a value of the EU's conception of itself, because it guarantees its autonomy. Direct effect guarantees the EU's autonomy. But the EU's identity doesn't exist just for the sake of autonomy. It has context. Its context is its common citizenship. Its common citizenship, understood in a subjective sense, sense which can be relayed especially to Article 2T EU. And obviously, if you read that article, you see a number of substantive values. They no longer speak of principles, but they now speak of values linked there, but also a reference to member state, to the traditions of the member states. So there is this dialogical element to EU identity in a substantive sense. These values are mentioned, but we also refer to the constitutional traditions of the member states. Okay, and my last question, which I set out in the introduction, is why should we concern ourselves with constitutional identity? Now, since the Second World War, and seeing that this is hosted by a Russian university, I think that in Russia you speak of the Great Patriotic War. The world has witnessed successive waves of constitution making and constitutionalization, impacting ordinary law and human relations in a very broad sense. Constitutional law is no longer or largely simply positive morality, right? But it is increasingly becoming real and enforceable positive law. In other words, law enforced by the courts. This modern day emphasis on constitutional law we witness not only in range, but also in depth. Think of the importance of constitutional law today, ranging from horizontal relations between citizens to vertical relations, the government and citizens, the relationships between different state organs. Think of constitutional law ranging from first and second generation rights to third generation green rights and sustainability norms. Think of the recent cases on climate change, even before the European Court of Human Rights. And when you look at constitutional law is pretty much everywhere we look today, and pretty much also in a legal sense, in a positive law sense. So I would then say, I would think that there is a need to cut to the core or essence of constitutional law. In other words, its identity, to understand this large body, this large mass of law better. So what are its most important parts? Not simply in an academic or detached sense, but in a real sense, in defining a particular order. Now, in the context of the European Union, this is important in order to determine, compare, and weigh possible competing constitutional claims in the shared constitutional space within the framework of the treaties. So to conclude my presentation, constitutional identity in the European Union is an important and necessary concept. And Article 4 TEU protects member states' identities, which may or may not be reflective of national identity.
Thank you very much, Professor van der Schiff, for again questioning the concept of constitutional identity, but this time from a supranational perspective. It probably won't surprise, or maybe it will, I don't know. I do share your view with regard to the EU identity, but that's a different topic. It's not for me to talk now. The floor is still to the panelists. Thank you, all of you, for very, I would even say, beautiful presentations. would first of all, any of you have any questions to address one to another? You have all touched upon the concept. You have questioned actually the concept of constitutional identity, be it from a subjective perspective, from even a psychological perspective, or from a more objective normative perspective, as we have seen in the last paper. Is there anything else that you would need to know one from another, or that you feel the need to specify further? Because I know that the first speaker was a little bit, his presentation was a bit shortened by time constraints. Any of you would have any questions? I take it that no, because nobody's opening the mic. Okay, then I will try to stir up a debate with the audience. And I know that there were some people listening and watching us. Would the other participants have any questions to address or anything to raise? I'll give a bit more time because I know it's always difficult to break the ice, but I see that Professor Gary Jacobson is preparing something, maybe. Trying, you know. No?
Well, actually, I was curious of if Professor van der Schiff wanted to address Professor Trotskaya's skepticism on constitutional identity. It was previously suggested that they were both skeptics, and yet I heard their talks differently. I heard the last talk as a defense of constitutional identity, at least within the context of the EU, whereas I heard Professor Trotskaya speaking rather differently in a much more skeptical tone about the actual validity of the concept. If actually you could clarify this question. The moderators seem to suggest that you were both on the same wavelength, and I heard it differently. So perhaps a clarification.
Right. Well, yes. Thank you for the remark, Professor Jacobson. I think that a lot of skepticism about constitutional identity can be taken away if we understand the working of the concept. We can say, yes, it is about fundamental values or elements or the core of the Constitution. It may be related or not to national identity, but I think it is also important to understand how does it come about? How do we identify identity? And I think that identity is not something that should be understood as it is the creed for now and evermore. And I think that could take a lot of skepticism, I hope, away. As you also said in your presentation yesterday, and as you also have written, it is a dialogical concept. I would dare to say give and take, negative and positives being weighed up. The internal identity of the concept of the Constitution, its systematic interpretation, its setting in its social context, and yesterday and today also in some of the panels, the word tradition fell, and also in a skeptical sense. But I'm not skeptical about linking identity to tradition, because I think that a tradition is a living thing. We pass information, we pass constitutional information along from one generation to another generation. And sometimes based on this dialogical interaction, some constitutional elements might be emphasized more and some might be less, and that might change in future. But it helps us to cut to the core of that particular constitution and to understand it better. And this also allows for normative analysis of the identity that we unearth. So I'm not skeptical about the concept as such. as I think is quite clear.
Yes, and if I could add, I would agree with the statement that I'm not so skeptical about the category itself, and rather skeptical about the possibilities of using of it. And I just would like to know if we have extra term, extra category, like constitutional identity, not just foundations of constitutional order, not just constitutional commitments or something like that. We have an extra term. So what is the extra meaning of it? And how constitutional judges can use it and cannot use it, because well, it's rather simple to say we will do this or that because that's our constitutional identity. It's too simple and maybe a little bit boring. So what I would like to know is the real essence of this constitutional identity. What is the feature of constitutional identity which requires to do that or these things? So that's all. And maybe it's important, especially in the context of the Russian constitutional law, not in great theoretical perspective. Thank you.
Thank you both, and thank you, Professor Jacobson, for addressing for breaking the ice as well, but also for addressing an interesting question. I personally don't think that the last speaker was in any way reluctant or anything. I think he was actually quite optimistic. That's why I said I do share his view on the EU identity. I'm not so sure about the wording of the treaty, because it does say as such in black letters, it says national identity. But yes, there are many ways to interpret it, and I'm very happy with what has been said here. But once again, this is not up to me. Would there be any other positions or questions or
yes,
please, I will give the floor first to Sergey and then to Professor Landa, if you don't mind.
Thank you. I have a question to Professor Dayan. In your very interesting presentation, you defined the constitutional identity of China through the human rights. You, as far as I understood, you see the human rights as the core value and even the center of constitutional order of China. Do you think that the human rights in China are understood completely in the same way as they are understood or interpreted in Europe or in the United States? At least in Russia, I see the difference. On one hand, we have the same individual rights listed in the Constitution, but their interpretation, the scope of each right, and their balance with collective interests are quite different comparing to what we see in decisions of constitutional courts or Supreme Courts in the West. So I would like to know, how do you see that from China perspective? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the good questions. I just mentioned about the China now is the faced great challenges, but I think that core the challenges is that how to respect and guarantee human rights, because in China it's the China people, so looking forward, China is making the human rights cultures more the guarantee human rights, and looking forward the Western countries, the understanding China and the human rights principle and the situations. But now, this different ideas between the China and the US and the EU and the other countries. So I believe that human rights first is the common values. All the human beings, all the countries, we can find mutual common value. Second, how do the developing human rights? There is a different way. China is a China way. Russia is a Russia way. So we need that they respect each other's. The third is that you just mentioned about China Constitution say Article 33, the states the respect and guarantee human rights. That is not only the principle. I think this is the normative. This is the text. So effectively, so China is that must be going to the constitutional text. That's the Professor Alexander emphasized in the Russian. So we emphasize the constitutional text. The China also scholars the first find the norms, and the second is the emphasize the text. Sometimes we know that there is a imbalance between the constitutional norm and the China political reality, but we can come back to normal normative constitutional text. This is I think about very important that. So how do interpretation of the human rights? I think about now China is not making the effectively constitutional review. So I believe that in the future, MPCSC can through some case to specifically interpretation some kind of human rights. So different way, different the principles. So generally speaking, that the China looking forward, Western countries understanding China people so enjoy, so respect human rights, but China people need Western countries respect the China culture and the China people. This is my question answers. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Cesaranda had a question.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. The identity is not a stone close because the modernity obviously changed those ideas with open clauses, but maintaining one historical values in some countries, traditional modernization maybe, in order with more open liberal modernization. In this way, I wanted to ask my colleague Han Weiyan in China about which is the role of the traditional of the philosopher like Confucius, Lao Tse, in the meaning of the values like rule of law, human rights, of course, and which is the role in this way of the party, the Communist Party, in the implementing through the National Assembly and other organizers the interpretation of the not only collective rights, the welfare, but also the individual rights, because there has been in the news debates about the young people in Hong Kong and other minorities in the west of China. It will be interesting if there is idea of which is the rule of the traditional ideas in China in the conception of the modernity challenge that leave China that is sometimes in the window of the world. When we read, we watch, this news in Western countries. No? Thank you.
Professor Yuan Han, would you like to answer? It was a direct question.
So I like the ask for a small question to Professor Tejada. Just you mentioned about national identity, including constitutional identity. That's right. National identity, including constitutional identity. It's so that how to better understanding national identity can including constitutional identity. In China, some scholars say that the constitutional identity need the including control national identity because there is a different concept, the national identity and the constitutional identity. So that what is the priority identity, national or constitutional law? This is my question to Professor Gehade. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And I'm sure that Professor van der Schiff will answer immediately. Could you answer to the question that was directed to you by Professor Landa? I will try to rephrase and to resume actually the question. It was, do the traditions of the Chinese people play a role in the definition of the constitutional identity of the today China? And it's a very slim resume. It's not a, I've done my best to put it in short. Would you have an answer to that? Professor Han?
Yeah. So yeah, the China, the scholars think about that says the how to balance the constitutional power and the state powers. So generally speaking, that the constitutional powers making the state powers. So state powers the controlled by the constitutional law. So we can say that constitutional identity, including the state's identity, that's maybe say national identity, including constitutional identity, because the state power sometimes making the violence, the privacy and the other human rights. So in China, from traditional culture, we emphasize constitutional rules, not to emphasize state powers. This is maybe different ideas. So that's the ask for a German professor. So how to better understanding national identity and constitutional identity? What is the priority? In China, priority, at least the scholars think about constitutional identity, not the national identity. So I don't worry about them. What is the priority in the EU or in the German? Yeah, thank you.
Professor van der Schiff, I think it was a direct question.
Yes, well, thank you very much for the question, Professor Han. I would say that in order to understand the concept of constitutional identity and in order to use it as an analytical device, as a legal device, you do not need the term national identity. It might overlap, but it doesn't need to overlap. For example, if I speak of the European Union as such and not of its component member states, what would the national identity of the European Union then be? So when it comes to the European Union, for instance, I think it is there are people who say there is no constituent power, therefore there can't be a constitutional identity, and the argument can get very complicated. But I think that national identity, to keep my answer short, does not need, or constitutional identity does not derive its legitimacy from national identity. That can be the case, but that is not necessary. If you look at the EU as such, the EU level, I think you can speak of its constitutional identity, and I think that it derives its identity from the concept of citizenship, which is something else than national identity. So, and I don't know if the chair permits me, I published an article just about a week ago on the idea of EU constitutional identity in an open access journal. So if you like, I can share the link to the article in the chat. I don't know, can I do that?
Yes, please do. Yeah,
okay.
That would be useful, of course. Thank you.
I'll share that with you.
Thank you very much. I believe also there is a difference between the constitutional identity and the identity of a constitution, but to the extent where the EU does have a constitution, I think we can speak about an interpretation of that constitution and how that materializes in a way in the identity of the EU constitution. That would be definitely a concept not to be rejected, or even a concept that we can draw upon and even develop it further. Any other reactions, interactions, or questions? Or yes, please, Mr. Gasparin, I think.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, to all the panelists for this really rich contributions. So I have one question and one comment, if I may. The question for Professor van der Schiff is, I mean, I very much shared the way how the Article 4, Paragraph 2 can be interpreted in that way. But my question is, isn't that article somehow a placeholder for the national apex courts to define what the content of their national constitutions is? And is it in a way because the Court of Justice of the European Union cannot define only the apex courts or the constitutional courts of member states are in the place to say what is actually the content of their constitutions and how they should be interpreted. So the role for the Court of Justice of the European Union, in my opinion, can be only to say whether those arguments can be balanced, should be accepted or should be counterbalanced against other, I don't know, fundamental freedoms or other principles that the Court of Justice of the European Union should take into consideration, but not to define the meaning. So hence my question, as much as I'm sympathetic to your way of interpretation of this Article 4, Paragraph 2, I'm not sure that well, the apex courts would or will follow you. In that sense, basically, you said, for example, before, the language is protected by other provisions, the languages, and henceforth is not part of the Paragraph 4, Article 4, Paragraph 2 of the Treaty of the European Union. But nevertheless, that's what some member states have claimed, and what, for example, Court of Justice also accepted. So that's just one example. So my question, in short, this is a placeholder, so we cannot actually force your suggested interpretation. But then, just in addition, I just want to say, when you were mentioning that the identity of the European Union is an autonomy, I was just asking myself, isn't that not just another word for sovereignty? And then that would be quite complicated to define the European Union as such. And then I just have another comment in regarding to the contribution to Professor Troitskaya. I hope I said that correctly. I just want to say that I was thinking about the relational aspect of identity a lot myself. So, and this is the first time that I'm hearing another scholar talking about it. So I just wanted to say that's exactly my problem with the identity, not that it can be misused or abused, but basically it signals another aspect, this relational aspect, which is something else than just descriptive evaluation of what it is, basically. And that's the reason why I think you're also searching for another word. Why don't we say constitutional essentials or constitutional traditions, or what is the essence or core or values or whatever? But why this word identity, which includes this relational aspect, is kind of misleading in that descriptive sense when we're describing constitutions? Just as a comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gasparin. That was a comment. Alexandra Trotskaya would like to say anything, and then we'll get back to.
Well, we just agree in some points, and well.
Okay, then I'll give the floor to Professor van der Schiff.
Thank you very much. Yes, I agree that you could say that Article 4 TEU is a placeholder for national interpretations. I would say that I would look at it broader than simply constitutional courts. Some countries don't have constitutional review. If you look also at arguments before the European Court of Justice, you sometimes look at constitutional arguments presented by governments. They might differ from the arguments presented by the courts. So I think it is broader than simply courts, but the emphasis lies on courts. And when it comes to language, I don't say that you can't use that provision to advance language, but it is language expressed as a constitutional element, as an element of constitutional identity. One state might not have a national language guaranteed in its constitution, might not advance that language as central to its identity, while another state might do so. So it is a constitutional expression, and that constitutional expression can include national identity elements, or it can't, but that is up to the state. And then rightly, it is up to the European Union, and then especially the Court of Justice, to decide to what extent can that be respected. And then you need the benchmark of an EU constitutional identity, which, to complicate things, is, or not to complicate things, is also reflective of member state constitutional traditions. And then your point about autonomy, you say, well, is autonomy not the same as sovereignty? I would say no, in the sense it doesn't have to be. How I use the concept of autonomy here is the ability for an order, for a legal order to function as such, to function as a distinct legal order. That does not exclude, as a old-fashioned concept of sovereignty or a narrow concept of sovereignty might, that it is an interlocked constitutional order. So it is a constitutional order, it is a legal order, it functions in an autonomous way, but that doesn't preclude that it is interlocked with national orders and also determining its identity.
Thank you. Yes, that's how I understood it. Professor Jacobson wanted to have another.
Yes, very quickly, and I must apologize in advance because I need to leave in a few minutes for another appointment. But I just wanted, again, to get some clarification from Professor van der Schiff. The distinction you draw between the EU Constitution and national constitutions allows you to underscore your fundamental distinction between the national identity and constitutional identities, so that as you portray European constitutional identity, it does not require any resort to or reliance upon tradition or custom, so that it use the word citizenship. I would think it's very similar to what's been described as a kind of constitutional patriotism, something beyond the local values and traditions. But how would you respond to a pushback which suggests that no, Europe can be understood in terms of a history and tradition? I mean, the whole debate about a European constitution, as I recall, hinged upon whether you could characterize the European constitution as somehow connected to its the Christian identity of Europe, so that actually trying to make this clear separation between a constitutional identity that is not reliant upon tradition and local values is really a kind of artificial construct, given the reality of European civilization. I ask this in a kind of devil's advocate position framework, because I'm really seeking for some further clarification.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, and I hope my answer is not too formal. But if we speak of identity, we also have to ask who determines that identity in a legal sense. If we are speaking of constitutional identity as a legal device. And if we then look at member states as we can say national authorities with an emphasis on the constitutional courts, and I would also mirror that when I look at the European Union. I would look at the organs, at the institutions of the European Union in formulating that identity, in interpreting that identity. And then for me, as the emphasis might be on national constitutional courts, the emphasis falls on the European Court of Justice. But that for me does not exclude or preclude that the court can use historical methods in interpreting that identity. For instance, if you look at recent European history or of the last 50-60 years, we can say, what are the lessons that we draw from that history? What are we as a European Union designed to negate, not to repeat? So positive and negative lessons can be drawn from that history. And I would say that if it comes to identifying that identity, to determining that identity in a legal sense, I think we have to start with the European Court of Justice and its methods of interpretation. For this constitutional compact to work, and also for identity to function meaningfully in a meaningful manner as a benchmark.
Thank you. I see that Helle Krunke has joined us.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think this has been a very fascinating panel, so thank you to all the speakers. I have some questions for two of the speakers, and I would like to start by posing a question or two to my Chinese colleague, Han Dai-Jung. First, I would like to congratulate you on your linguistic analysis of how to translate the term constitutional identity into Chinese. I think that was really interesting. And then I would like to ask you, because we just heard from Gerhard van der Schip, that sometimes it differs from one constitutional setting to another at the national level, who will sort of, which institution will be defining constitutional identity. So I think it would be very interesting to hear from you which institution you believe in the Chinese constitutional setting would be defining constitutional identity. And because in many countries that would be the courts, as Gerhard also said, but I'm not sure in the Chinese setting, since it differs maybe a bit from at least the Western constitutional setting. And I also have I also have to ask you one more question, Han, and that is what do you see as the core of democracy? Because I found that very intriguing also, because that was one of the core values you had on your list of constitutional identity in China. So I'd be very interested in hearing what you think is the core of democracy. And then I have a question for Gerhard van der Schip. I absolutely agree with you. Maybe you're not surprised that I also believe there's an EU constitutional identity. And you have done this really, and I just have to mention it, that Gerhard has edited this really valuable comparative work on constitutional identity in the EU member states in 2019, which was published at Cambridge University Press. And that's actually a very interesting book. And I was just wondering, is there anything from that book you want to share with us? Because you have this fantastic overview of all the EU countries in this field. For instance, did you discover any possible future conflicts between what people in these countries view as their national constitutional identities and what you would view as the EU constitutional identity? That could be one example. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Heller, asked for very interesting questions. Then my question is that firstly, in China, the scholars to research some issues. First, we need some consider about them. How do the translation some concept into the Chinese? Because the constitutional identity is a concept from the German and the EU countries, but we need to consider about them. What concepts the balance between the Western concept and the Chinese concept. So I just introduced the 6 similar the Chinese constitutional identity. I so enjoy that the constitutional consensus. The constitutional consensus that Chinese people so usually understanding that all the members the respect and guarantee constitutional law, and people believe that the constitutional can help every peoples. The CPC and public powers understanding all the powers controlled by the constitutional law, including CPC. So I think in the future, we maybe use the constitutional consensus. That's my ideas. But many the scholars they so enjoy the constitutional identity. But how to define some identity of what is the core values of the constitutional identity. This is, I think, about we need to consider about. So you asked for what is the China or core values about the China constitutional law. I like answer your questions. China constitutional identity come back to the China constitutional text. China constitutional text, Article 33, cleared say that states guarantee and respect the human rights. In China, this is really important principles. So if we say something about core China constitutional the identity, I like answer you human rights, respect, guarantee human rights. Human rights now become the China basic consensus, basic values. Also, human rights can provide connecting China and the Western countries. I just mentioned about many Western countries maybe understanding China human rights culture and the tradition, but we are now as we enjoy the globalizations, we have the one Earth. So China need to the cooperation with the all the countries about the human rights. So I think about the human rights values, human rights norms can become the China core principle and the China constitutional core values. This is my ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Hahn, Professor van der Schiff.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Helle, for referring to the book. I'm at the faculty today. I'm not at home. Otherwise, I could have shown a copy. It's at home. And also, thank you very much for contributing to the book. You wrote the chapter on Denmark. And the lessons that I can draw from that book, well, you see that very briefly, you see that the emphasis on constitutional courts or on highest courts, but you also see that that is not the full picture. If you want to understand constitutional identity, you have to look broader than simply courts. And I think one of the best chapters in the book to discover that is your chapter, when you also refer to the strong parliamentary tradition in Denmark. And I think that could probably apply, I would guess, to Sweden and Finland, countries that we did not cover in the book. I think that can also apply to the Netherlands, where you don't have constitutional review. So I think that is important to understand constitutional review, to look further than constitutional courts or Supreme Courts, although they are very important. Second point is that when you study constitutional identity as a method in the European Union, you have to look at its reach. In some countries, Germany, the Czech Republic, Poland, the formulation of national constitutional identity corresponds, you can say, from A to Z with EU constitutional identity or EU law. It touches EU law exactly as far as EU law reaches. If you look at France, for instance, that is not the case. French constitutional identity is only expressed to the extent that those values are not protected at the EU level. So that is a different reach, a different way of looking at identity and its function. So I think you first have to look at identity's reach and its relationship to EU law in trying to understand it from a national perspective. And lastly, very briefly, what do we learn about EU constitutional identity from this? If we look at some states, or not states, that is not correct, but if you look at some scholars, they argue that there is no EU constitutional identity, or that can't exist. There's no demos. We know all the arguments. But if you look at national constitutional identity, it implies EU constitutional identity. National courts, national orders, by formulating national constitutional identity, actually recognize implicitly that there is an EU constitutional identity, because they mirror it themselves against the EU. And we see that most clearly in the context of the French conception, where they say what is not protected in a national sense, or we only protect what is or constitutional identity here in a national sense, is that which is not protected as a common good at the EU level. So we see that necessary interaction quite clearly. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just allow the moderator to share with you the latest from Romania, because as I said, we just had a decision of the Constitutional Court this week where the EU constitutional identity was put into question, because a majority of judges, of which I'm not part, but the majority of judges at the Constitutional Court, they have just actually put under attack the EU constitutional identity by questioning the primacy of EU law over the national constitution, accepting the primacy of EU law over the national law, but questioning the primacy of EU law over the national constitution. It's a classical way of dealing with this matter, but it's still maybe it deserves to be known. The decision will be published shortly. It was just, for the time being, it's just a press release. But useless to say I'm in the minority and I share the opposite perspective, but that's that will also be published, a separate opinion appended to that decision. Any other reactions or just comments from the participants?
Yeah, may I ask for Professor Landa small question?
Yes, please.
Yes, yeah, Professor Landa. So you mentioned about LGBT the communities, these issues. For China is now this is really big issues. That my question is that do you think the LGBT communities, these issues, it can become the constitutional identity element in your country or in the your experience of the Constitutional Court judges. So how to understanding that we need a production LGBT communities, and how do the interpretation. This is the actually very important modern constitutional the identity, including China and other countries, the international communities. What do you think of it?
Thank you, Professor. As the identity is a concept that is not only founded in stone clauses, but also in open clauses, this notion of identity is protected by a constitution that allow the fundamental rights of not only individual rights, that identity, but also in the collective rights. In this way, in our constitution, our tradition, there is new values of the minority that are recognized in some way by the Constitutional Court or the Inter-American Human Rights Court that allow to protect for the state the homosexual relationships, as a right that protect the equality, the identity, the create a family in a diverse way. That is not the core of the identity in Peru, but is recognized in several ways, like in the decision of the judicial power of the Constitutional Court. But it's, I think the identity has a core, the main ways, but there is other ways around the core of the identity. And this new movement, LGTB, are a step, moving to the core, to the consensus, to recognize the different ways of family, of the way of life, and protecting minimal rights, like in Chile, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, and the Human Rights Court also recognized the marriage between homosexual couples. In Peru, it's not allowed, but there is other kind of recognition. That is my answer. I think that it's open matter. In the future, maybe it would be in the current of the identity, pluralistic, open, and dynamic of the society. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other interactions with the public? That I don't see the faces, but I just see I have a full panel of participants who are probably a bit shy to take the floor. No, I don't. Okay, it's probably late, maybe, after a full day of discussions and debates and round tables and panels and so on. Well, even if we finished 10 minutes earlier, would it be okay? I'm looking at Sergey here.
Yes, okay. It could be okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much to the panelists, to the speakers. It's been a pleasure and an honor for me. Thank you to the organizers for taking me on board at the last minute, but that was worked just fine. Thank you very much. And I understand that tomorrow it will start again early in the morning.
Yes, tomorrow morning we will start at 12 in Russian time, in Moscow time. But this would be on international time at 9 o'clock in the morning. And I would like to say thank you for all the speakers again. Thank you for your brilliant contributions to this roundtable, to this session. I think it was one of the most interesting talk within our roundtable and seminar. Thank you for moderating and thank you that you helped us with chairing this session. I do hope that everyone will. Sorry?
My pleasure. Anytime.
I hope everyone will stay with us for the rest 2 days of the roundtable. So see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Very much. Bye-bye.